The door won't open. Something's holding it closed from the other side. It won't open no matter how hard I try. That's okay. I know Pyramid Head's one weakness. Looking at text. We just have to live here now. The metal net is rusty and falling apart. It looks like if I push hard, I can move it away. Yeah, exactly, Haunter. Once that text box is gone, you gonna get it. And get it we did. Look at our health. So, we are now 2 hits away from death. This is always kind of a good time to talk about how the health system works in Silent Hill 2. One of those kind of interesting things, and it's similar in a lot of the Silent Hill games. At the very least for 2 and 3. A little bit different for 1. 4 does its own weird thing. But for 2 and 3, especially with 2, you have like a set HP value. And whenever you take damage down to 0, you don't immediately die. You die when you get hit after reaching 0 HP. So right now, we're basically at 1 HP. But we're not 1 hit away from death. Even if we get hit by damage that deals 20 HP, we go from 1 to 0. And then remain at 0 until being hit again, and then we die. There are a few exceptions to that in some circumstances, but for the most part, that's how it works. Something is written on the wall. If Joseph looks calm, he can be taken out of his cell. Pyramid Head's overhead. Yeah. That you should never be hit by, even if you're a Pepega new player. Yeah. Who could ever be hit by that, right? I mean, that'd be silly if someone with like thousands of hours of experience in Silent Hill died to something like Pyramid Head's overhead swing. Definitely not when taunting him and then having a wireless keyboard suddenly stop working during a story playthrough that thousands of people watched on YouTube. Who would be that stupid? Yeah. There's something written on the wall. It's our last number code. 5912. Interesting thing about this code, this very hard to read, bloody smeared code. This actually has multiple fonts depending on your riddle difficulty. That's a 4, you think? Not a 5? I'm willing to bet. I'm willing to bet. You want to bet a sub on it? If it's a 5, you got a sub. If it's a 4, I'll gift you a sub. Want to try me? You want to test me, Silence Crab? But there's different fonts depending on what difficulty of riddle difficulty you're playing on. So when you're playing on easy riddle, these numbers are much easier to read. They're much more legible. And when you're playing on normal, a few of the numbers are a little bit harder to tell between them. When you're playing on hard, a lot of the numbers are harder to tell between some of them. So 5912 or 4912, we'll find out. Turn the numbers. Better not forget them, so I'll write them down here. The other one, my secret name. Now we can go and open Joseph's box. That is not a euphemism. How you doing?
James, I want to ask you something. What if you can't find Mary? What will you do?
I haven't thought about that.
Still haven't thought about it since the first time she asked. Keyboard managed to die in the middle of the overhead. It just happened to die right in the middle of an overhead. We'll show the clip after this. Let's open the box. Purple bull key, lapis eye key. Let's take another look at our memos. Not that. So, 1839, 5912. 1839. Moment of truth. Is it a 5? Is it a 4? It's a 5. Pay up, Silence Crab. I meticulously studied all of the possible textures for all of the difficulties fonts when I started learning to speedrun this game in 2015. I literally just had images ripped from the game to see each of the fonts and compare all of them on each difficulty so that no matter what category I was running, I know what the numbers look like so that I wouldn't ruin speedruns by putting in a number that wasn't what it was supposed to be. I was very confident in what the numbers are, even when they're hard to tell. Yeah, this actually isn't a blind playthrough, unfortunately. Is cheating counted as winning? That's not cheating. That's due diligence. Yeah, the speedrun for this is completely different now. You don't even have to look at the numbers. Like, you just figure out what seed you're on by looking at the clock at the very beginning of the game, and you figure out what seed you're on, and then you know all the answers to all the puzzles after that. Speedrunning for this game has gotten crazy over the years, and I'm gonna learn to do all that stuff in a couple of weeks. Seed? What? Okay. It's hard to explain. So let me try to explain it as best as I can. It's kind of complicated. So oh god. Support Sleeping Dogs. Sleeping Dogs, thank you so much for the 21 months. Very much appreciate it. I pay up for silence. Thank you. I appreciate it. Covering the blame. Thank you so much for the resub. Really appreciate the support. So, seed, referring to like a predetermined, exactly what you said, Cora, a predetermined set of puzzle solutions once you start the game. Now, here's the thing. Normally, it's very hard to determine. Oh, Silence Crab, gifting a sub to Vulgan. Thank you for paying up. And you didn't even sub for yourself. You gifted it to Vulgan. Very kind of you. Thank you. I do appreciate it. But, okay. Normally, it's very, very hard to determine the seed with all of the puzzle solutions in the game because it's based on frame rate. And when you start the game, at the very, very beginning, when the game is loading up to the title screen, depending on how quickly you skip through the whole Konami logo, intro, Silent Hill logo, hit start game, pick your difficulty, all of that takes time. And while that time is going, frames of animation are passing by, which are determining what seed your game is going to start with. But if you very meticulously practice letting the intro segments play out fully, getting to the title screen, and then starting and selecting your difficulty as quickly as possible, you can get to a point where you're doing it so consistently that you're always going to be in the same general group of frames. It's always going to be very, very close to the same amount of frames to start every time you start the game. So you can narrow it down to a very small pool of seeds that you're starting with. And once you have an idea of what that pool of seeds is, the first thing that gives away what seed you're on is the clock in the apartments. The hands of the clock always start at a different time based on what seed you get when you start the game. So if the hands start on 314, you look at your small pool of seeds, you find the 314 clock hands seed through a table that has been put together that shows all of the rest of the solutions for each seed in that particular pool of seeds. So as soon as you get to the clock and very particularly start the game in such a way that you know it's only a small group of seeds, you'll see the clock, you'll look at your seed table, And from the time that the hands spawn at, you can determine all of which seed you're on and all of the puzzle solutions from that point forward. Simple, right? Yeah. Rachel, thank you so much for gifting a sub to Silence Crab. Very much appreciated. Thank you, thank you. Stewman85, thank you so much for the Prime sub. The resub coming back in. Welcome back. Very much appreciate it. Got the overhead clip. I'm getting to it. We're trying to talk about seeds, puzzle solution generation, speed running craziness, and people are throwing money at me. And I'm trying to pick up hair. Also, the seeds. How many seeds are there? Millions, potentially. Because if you're just sitting and letting the game run forward and let frames pass, like, it's a lot. But if you're consistent about how long you let the game boot up, show the whole Konami logo, show the whole everything logo up until you gain control and you're able to pick, start game, choose difficulty, choose riddle difficulty, and then begin. As long as you're very consistent about letting those intro screens play out completely, and then once you gain control, selecting your difficulty as quickly as possible, you'll always have that same group of seeds. And it's just a matter of keeping that table open so that you can check what seed you're on out of that group of seeds, and you can tell as soon as you get to the clock, because that's the first randomized element of the game based on what seed you're using. The game updates its seeds in real time. Yeah. Every frame of animation is basically a new seed. So for every second that rolls by on the intro screen, I believe it's 30 or 60, depending on the version. I want to say 60 for PC. So, yeah. It's confusing, but we'll get more into it in a couple of weeks when I start speedrunning these games again and trying to learn how to do that stuff. Are seeds responsible for RNG aspects in other games then, do you think? It's been tested already. People check to see if that same system is in place for the other Silent Hill games, and out of the Silent Hill games tested, it's only, it's only Silent Hill 2 that has it in such a way where it can be manipulated and works that way. Other games are totally different. Like Silent Hill 2 determines all of your puzzle solutions, all across the board from beginning to end as soon as you start a game. As soon as you pick your difficulty and start game, your seed is determined. Every puzzle that happens in the game is determined from that point forward. But for other games like Silent Hill 4 or Silent Hill 3, some of those puzzles are not determined until later points of the game. So once you enter a particular area where a puzzle is, only then is that puzzle solution set, rather than being set at the very start, the way it is for Silent Hill 2. So seeds are a thing in the other games, but they're not as easily manipulatable as Silent Hill 2, because it determines everything as soon as you start the game from the very beginning. Can't imagine there being millions of seeds considering the amount of possible answers there are in the game, possibly hundreds of thousands. That may be more accurate, hundreds of thousands. Either way, it's a lot. Way too much to really make a reliable table for all of it, even though I think somebody did make a tool that can essentially track it. But obviously, for the sake of speed running, you're not allowed to utilize tools like that. You can have, you have to do it all with your own human abilities. You can't have a script starting the game for you at the exact same frame every time so that you always get the perfect seed that you want. You have to do it with your own human skills of trying to time it and get a particular pool of seeds that you can then have a table of answers, for. And then you can have that table up to know what seed you're on, but you can't have like people in your chat or somebody else feeding you that information using the tool to figure out what seed you're on, because potentially you could just have somebody like in chat using that tool and plugging in, well, you got this time on the clock, you've got this number combination for your typewriter carbon paper number, and once you have those two numbers, you can plug them into the tool and it'll find what seeds use those two numbers, and you can narrow it down to what group of seeds you're in and what the rest of the numbers and randomized solutions for all the puzzles will be after that. So everything that's randomized in this game is determined through that seed. So it's the clock, the carbon paper numbers, the numbers written in blood on the wall, the bug room code, the noose puzzle. Is that it? I feel like I'm forgetting. I think that's it. Hotel suitcase. That was the other one. Thank you, Kitty. Let's see. Do I have the dying to the overhead clip on Twitch? Probably do. Siren-like sound. Secret spot. Sonic Pyramid Head. Backwards gun. Crazy RNG. Title screen. Why does just a random clip of the Silent Hill 2 title screen have so many views? That's a weird. Wish. Pyramid Head quick strat. not that one, because from the 2017 story playthrough. Intro video. It. Damn, that's not it either. So many Silent Hill 2 clips on the channel. That look like they're gonna be it, and then they're not. All right. At this point, I might as well pull it up on Dorian's re-upload channel and just link you to the timestamp.
It's way faster to just do damage until he leaves. My keyboard!
That's it. My keyboard. So there's the link. We'll just go ahead and watch it. Give me a second to do the cap. Now.
This goes for eternity. It takes a while. This is why you definitely want to shoot him when speedrunning. It's way faster to just do damage until he leaves. My keyboard! No! Oh my god, my wireless keyboard turned off.
Yep. Yep, I'm good at these video games. Because I was trying to show that whole, like, you don't have to shoot Pyramid Head at all, so we'll just dance back and forth and bait out the overhead and wait forever until he goes away on his own without doing any damage to him. and then my wireless keyboard betrayed me. I don't use wireless keyboards anymore. I stopped after that. I make sure everything is wired. Thank you, Vulcan. Now we've got a clip of it that's easy to get to on Twitch. So at that point, you can't kill Pyramid Head, right? You never kill Pyramid Head. Whether you attack him or don't attack him or whatever, in the first encounter, it's just messing with him until he leaves. Either by waiting for enough time to pass or technically dealing enough damage, but he doesn't die. And then at the end, when you fight him, the dual pyramids, they kill themselves. You deal enough damage, but you don't actually finish them off. All right. We got our elevator key. Patient wing elevator is written on the tag. Stuck in the bath pipe with that pierced earring. Goes well with the story, so we have me. The good pair of clips. All right, get our shotgun ready. We're gonna do the flesh lips fight after we go talk to Laura.
Laura?
Huh? You know my name?
Eddie told me.
That big fat blabbermouth.
How do you know about Mary?
What's the big deal?
Why can't you just tell me?
You gonna yell at me if I don't?
No, I won't.
I was friends with Mary. We met at the hospital. It was last year.
You liar! Laura,
Fine, don't believe me.
But last year, Mary was already... I'm sorry, Laura. Anyway, let's go. We can talk about this later. This is no place for a kid. There are all sorts of strange things around here. I can't believe you haven't even gotten a scratch on you.
Why should I? Wait! There's something I gotta get.
Later, okay?
But it's really important.
What is it?
A letter from Mary.
Huh?
I wanna go get it. Is that okay?
Yes! Yes! Is it in there?
Yeah, in the back.
What are you doing, Laura?
It's further back in the desk.
Laura! What are you doing?
Ha ha, I tricked you.
Open the door, Laura.
Why should I? I'm a liar, right? Want me to open it? Huh? Huh? Do ya? What's the magic word?
Laura?
Okay, I guess I won't open it. I think I'll just leave you like this.
You snotty little brat! Open up!
Why, you...
Laura?
You cut me!
Gonna get banned for coarse language. Stop it. Stop it. Let's see if I can get some weird stuff to happen. So I mentioned there's a mechanic in the game where enemies will extend their hitboxes just like that to be able to hit you through obstructions so you can't like cheese them out. Holy shit. So you can really get a glimpse of that with this fight if you try to hide behind one of the corpses. I love the sound they make. Whoop. Can't quite tell if they're attached to the ceiling or if they just float near the ceiling. Yes, UFO gem. They're attached to the ceiling. They have creepy little arms at the top of the cage. It's hard to see in the game, but when you look at the model by itself, or if you cam hack that room during the fight, you can see they've got like creepy little arms that are sort of hanging around, hanging on to something up there. But the way they make the roof, it's like you don't see really any of that. It's just kind of darkness. Is it me, or does their music get more and more silent the more damage you deal to them? A little bit. It's mostly like the siren gets more and more prominent but their music does kind of scale down as the siren scales up, just as the fight progresses. Abyssus 108, welcome back. Thank you so much for the 19 months. The Prime sub. Thank you so much. Very much appreciate the support. Welcome back. Okay. UFO sighting 1 of 3. Next time is going to be after the Eddie fight. If someone is around at that point, which should be about 7 hours from now. Try to remind me. What the fuck was that? Weather balloon. Solar wind. Swamp gas. If they kill you, they drag you up into the ceiling. They do. They do. Shit. I could have shown that if I hadn't just made a save. For fun. Another time. Yeah. Absolutely drag you up there. Pretty creepy. A smashing glass room in a hospital. Just like Silent Hill 1. It was a boy in a shiny UFO balloon. Even better. Step on your ankles. Break your ankles. This. Okay. God. 2009 video. Free version of Fraps capture quality. I'm gonna go ahead and show the dragging up animation.
Laura? Laura?
The capture is like not even how it's like synced up. That's weird. Yeah, James like just goes limp. There he goes. What the fuck is this music? Okay. Well. All right. He's ascending. It certainly is. change the world. My final message. Goodbye. Low battery, basement storeroom key. So they force you to pick up this battery before you pick up the key that allows you to progress, because they want you to have this for later, but it's so much later that by that point most people forget about it, which I think was the intention. Got it in the hospital room, just an ordinary dry cell battery, and if you take the time to examine it, looks like it's the same type of battery that the flashlight uses. Flesh flip dragging James up into the ceiling, metaphor for Mary dragging James to death with her. It's a fair assessment. Also just kind of a creepy, unique death animation on its own, but yeah, there's a lot of ways you could potentially interpret that. But most likely, yeah, kind of Mary like, all right, you're dead. Don't think Mary resented James, though? It kind of depends. It really kind of depends. Like, the ending that you wind up getting, you get very different sort of attitudes from Mary about how she feels about being murdered. Because when you go for like the quote-unquote better endings, he's usually a little bit more forgiving or understanding. But not so much with like the Maria ending. There's a piece of paper on the bed. I was locked up inside the basement's basement. It was so small and dark. I was so afraid. I dropped my precious ring, but I will never, ever go back there. Precious. Someone smothers me with a pillow, my ass will be back to haunt them and drag them to hell. Yeah, I feel like that's the appropriate response. Wait, the letter changes? Which letter? Like, the letter from Mary? Absolutely does. Right now, it's still the same. But throughout the course of the game, it goes blank, and then the paper is gone, and you only have the envelope, and then eventually nothing at all. The envelope and everything is gone, because it was never real. You didn't get a letter from your dead wife because she was already dead and in James's back seat when he very first got to the town. Isn't the town pretending to be Mary? It's not so much that it's like pretending, it's drawing from James's mind. It's drawing from, even though she's dead, it's drawing from Mary and taking her memories in order to create Maria. Though even as a corpse, she's still influencing what the town's able to do. And it seems like fairly legitimate feelings, like, coming from Mary during those ending segments for the most part. What do you think Laura would think if she saw Mary in the back seat? Yeah, it really makes you think about that Leave ending in a different way. That's why you don't see him get to the car. You just see him leaving the town at, like, the cemetery pathway back up to the parking lot, and it just kind of leaves the rest up to your imagination. But that must have been a really awkward arrival back to James's car. Maybe they just walked. Maybe they just walked out. And James was like, that's not my car. Don't pay attention to it. Don't look in there. We'll just walk out of here. We'll hitch a ride. Don't say anything about the corpse and you'll get ice cream on the way home. Ice cream! Yeah. You know. One of those. Part of the wallpaper is torn. I can see something drawn on the wall beneath. Are those hands searching for something? Or are they just a sign of pain? I like that he kind of interprets it that way, that I personally wouldn't see it as a sign of pain, but it gives a little bit of insight into James's mindset, how he would see these hands and what he would think about them. Makes me think of Day of the Dead. The intro of Day of the Dead, when all the hands come out of the wall, all the zombie hands come out of the wall in the nightmare sequence, and then Sarah wakes up. Ow. Go ahead and check all the doors to be thorough. Hey, clueless corgi. I'm doing all right. A little worn down, kind of tired at this point. It's starting to hit me that I've been streaming for 9.5 hours after only sleeping for about 5 hours, and before that streaming for 14.5 hours. I'm a little bit worn down. But still hanging in there. There's something that looks like a refrigerator. Open it. Darn. It's no good. The door is too heavy to open by myself. But we're gonna have to go get Big Strong Maria. Open it for us. So James's original voice actor is a dick. You know, I respect the performance that Guy he's given for James Sunderland, but he was like, he believed the COVID vaccine was like he bought into that whole 5G like conspiracy theory type stuff. He's kind of lost it and not a great person in a lot of ways. It's kind of sad. I don't want to get too into it because who knows, like, if I ever had the chance to work with him or have a stream with him, you know, I'd want to for the sake of like Silent Hill stuff, but I wouldn't want to be like his friend. He doesn't seem like the type of person I just want to hang out with. But I respect his work. I can respect his work as an actor and his performance in one of my favorite video games. And we'll just leave it at that.
Thanks.
Hey, Druzilla, thank you so much for the $10. Coffee money. Thank you, but I'm allergic to coffee. But I'll use it to buy some more tea. Thank you so much. Very, very much appreciated. Very kind of you. Guys, see he after you get an interview with him in 5 years? So I heard you talk shit about me on a stream once. I mean, it could happen. He frequents the internet. He knows what Twitch is. He's friends with Fungo, or at the very least, they know each other. They've worked with each other, and Fungo has been here a lot. See, he follows Rachel on Facebook. You never know. There's a piece of paper on the bed. Just some doodle. Huh, something's written on it. She is an angel. No one knows. Only I can see the lady of the door. They cannot walk along her bridge of thread. They fall from the weight of their crimes. Like bloated and ugly corpses, their sins, she devours them, sin and sinner alike. She saves me. She is an angel. So, for the context of the game, that's a reference to the lady in the door, where the arms are sticking out of the door, and we need to find those bloated faces, which are rings that we need to place on each hand in order to unlock the door. But there's also some significance to that whole weight of their crimes, bridge of thread element. Pull this up. I know I had this in my notes. It's called The Spider's Thread. It's a 1918 short story by Ryunosuke Akutagawa, first published in the children's magazine Akai Tori. So The Spider's Thread is... well, I'll just read out the plot summary. Shakyamuni is meandering around paradise one morning when he stops at a lotus-filled pond. Between the lilies, he can see, through the crystal-clear waters, the depths of hell. His eyes come to rest on one sinner in particular by the name of Kandata. Kandata was a cold-hearted criminal, but had one good deed to his name. While walking through the forest one day, he decided not to kill a spider he was about to crush with his foot. Moved by this single act of compassion, the Buddha takes the silvery thread of a spider in paradise and lowers it down to hell. Down in hell, the myriad of sinners are struggling in the pool of blood, in total darkness save for the light glinting off the mountain of spikes, and in total silence save for the sighs of the damned. Kandata, looking up by chance at the sky above the pool, sees the spider's thread descending towards him and grabs hold with all the might of a seasoned criminal. The climb from hell to paradise is not a short one, however, and Kandata quickly tires. Dangling from the middle of the rope, he glances downward and sees how far he has come. Realizing that he may actually escape from hell, he's overcome by joy and laughs giddily. His elation is short-lived, however, as he realizes that others have started climbing the thread behind him, stretching down into the murky depths below. Fearing that the thread will break from the weight of the others, he shouts that the spider's thread is his and his alone. It is at this moment that the thread breaks, and he and all other sinners are cast back down into the pool of blood. Shakyamuni witnesses this, knowing all, but still with a slightly sad air. In the end, Kandata condemned himself by being concerned only with his own salvation and not that of others, but paradise continues on as it has, and it is nearly noontime there. Thus the Buddha continues his meanderings. So, some interesting sort of tie-ins, this Japanese story of the spider's thread. Being possible reference, inspiration for those lines on that note. And once we get our rings, that will also make a little bit more sense. Let's have a good listen to this audio. This is the room that we left Maria in earlier. Yeah. Creepy shit. That heartbeat, that breathing. And there are empty medicine bottles here. Is this what Maria was taking? Is Maria sick now too? So even James is starting to be a little bit more aware of this. Actually acknowledging things. He's not just sort of like blatantly ignoring stuff and just kind of playing around his delusion. That room is Mary's room. Yep. I mean, I said that. But when we walked into the room where we left Maria. Oh, you mean that was Mary's hospital room? You think so? I don't know. It is different, but it still looks a lot like the Brookhaven room to me. And remember, Mary did not. She was not a patient of Brookhaven. But it is sort of like a combination, because it's got all the relatively clean tarps kind of covering things. Yeah, more of a representation of her room. Sort of the town trying to remind James of the feeling of being in her hospital room, not necessarily her actual room, but enough elements of it that the town is kind of trying to bring these things to the forefront of James's train of thought. Yo, Cyber Panda, thank you so much for the bits. Admire your dedication to the run after 10 hours. You still sound like the first hour. Keep on, my good sir. Thank you so much, Cyber Panda. I appreciate all of you sticking it out and hanging out with me, keeping me company. Otherwise, this would be a lot harder. Everything in this game has a meaning. Most things. There's definitely some stuff that is famously overthought by fans. As Jeremy Blaustein has pointed out in interviews and things. But most things are very intentional and significant. Carried me through another work day. Hell yeah, Blood. Based on his current time, he's gonna get me through mine too. Yeah, probably. Probably. Let's do what we can. Move forward. Gonna get through tomorrow's work shift too. Yeah, at this rate. Where's the squeal? Come on. Where's my squeal animation? What kind of job's allowed to watch Twitch all day? I want one. There you go. Software development in the case of Vlad. A lot of work from home jobs in general. If you just got, you know, something up on your TV or your computer. Since a lot of people are still... Ah, there it goes. There's the squeal. That squeal, by the way, is a baby crying that is just sped up and pitched way up. I always thought it sounded like a pig squeal, but if you actually take it and slow it down and pitch it down to its original... It's a baby crying. Think the frame rate screws with the squeal? In what way? Because it more or less sounds pretty close to that in all versions that I've streamed. The timing of it being so late. Yeah, that might be some of the mods affecting that. Because usually it'll play much faster when you get to the bottom of those stairs. Blad. Thank you for gifting a sub to Hideous Kojimballs. Fantastic name. Welcome to the channel. Welcome to the Nub Club. The Nub Subs. Vlad, thank you so much. You lost a bet? Oh yeah, that's a resub. That's 3 months. Cheese Whiz? That's you? You lost a bet? Yeah, Chiz Whiz. Holy shit. That name, though. Hideous Kojimballs. Kojimballs. Lost it like 2 years ago? Holy crap, it's been a long time then, because I have not seen that name. Maybe I have. Maybe I've seen it around like OHN. That's great. There's a shelf here. There are red handprints on the shelf. Let's move that shelf. Sleep, wake up, and Nub's still going. Yep. That's usually how 9 or 10 plus hour streams go. And we're only in Brookhaven. We're not even done. We're halfway through Brookhaven. I guess a little further than that, but still. We still have so much game left.
James.
Mary? Oh, Maria. It's you. I thought you were... Sorry. Anyway, I'm glad you're alive.
Anyway? What do you mean, anyway? You don't sound very happy to see me. I was almost killed back there. Why didn't you try to save me? All you care about is that dead wife of yours. I've never been so scared in my whole life. You couldn't care less about me, could you?
No, I
Then
just...
stay with me. Don't ever leave me alone. You're supposed to take care of me. So, what about Laura? Did you find her?
Yeah, but... she ran away.
We've got to find her.
You really seem to care about her. Do you know her?
I've never met her before. I just feel sorry for her. She's all alone. And for some reason, I feel like it's up to me to protect her.
Won't lie, the line of "you don't really care about me," I'm just like, bitch, I just met you. So that is intentional. That's definitely kind of the point of this scene. She talks about feeling this sort of need to protect Laura, that she's not sure why, but she feels that. She's having this reaction to James, even though they supposedly just met, but she's kind of acting like, James has maybe acted like he hasn't cared about her at some point in the past. Not like this is the first time that it's ever happened. So with all of these kind of things, like, you're really supposed to get that impression of Maria having Mary's memories start, and emotions towards James, towards Laura, start kind of surfacing more and more often as the game progresses. She begins to resemble Mary more and more. And we get a little bit more of an insight into that in the Born from a Wish scenario, where we see her straight up knowing things that she should not know before she's met Laura at all. And she looks at a teddy bear and she's like, teddy bear. Laura would love that. She loves teddy bears. And then she catches herself like, who's Laura? What am I talking about? So those memories of Mary that helped create her, helped the town manifest her, begin surfacing and kind of becoming her own as well. Right. Copper ring. I found it in the basement of the hospital. It's engraved with a picture of a spider. So there's the rest of our spider's thread note that we found. Last little reference to that piece. Story. You know, Pyramid Head actually attacks lying figures. Can you prove it? Because that was something that was a rumor for a long time. That I tested on like every version of the game on a stream at one point. When I was like debunking a bunch of common fan rumors. Because that was an old one. Pyramid Head attacking the lying figures. As well as the creatures thinking that you're Pyramid Head. Like, that was another one where people would say, if you equip the Great Knife, you turn off your flashlight, and you approach monsters, they'll move away from you, thinking that you're Pyramid Head coming to attack them. There was a bunch of those that we did a stream and like kind of debunked stuff. Oh, but there's a YouTube video. Okay, well, trying to stab you with a lying figure in between, that's a little particular. Harry. Cat is grabbing at my headphone wire. Please stop it. Part of the video where he points towards the figure, not you. That looks more like the general aiming mechanics that are in this game. Since they do allow him to interact, you know, with these other creatures and hit them, but creatures can do things like this in other scenarios. You can force a lot of weird stuff. So, like, one of the things that I used to show... It unfortunately doesn't work on the enhanced edition. Otherwise, I would show it right now, because this is the part of the game where I can do this on the base PC version. But they fixed the way that quick saving works in the enhanced edition, so that it doesn't break the game the same way it does on the base PC version. But if you go into the elevator with Maria, kill Maria, and then quick save so that you can move, because like normally, well, I got that a little mixed up. You go into the elevator, you select a floor. Normally, you're not supposed to be able to move while the elevator's going from floor to floor. You quick save, which breaks that element of the PC version, and it allows you to move and ready weapons and stuff when you're not supposed to be able to. So during the elevator transition from floor to floor, you kill Maria in a situation where the game doesn't expect you to be able to kill Maria, and it puts the game into a soft lock state. So Maria is alive, but she does not have the ability to be hit by anything anymore. It breaks the game because it also just soft locks you. You can't interact with doors and items and things anymore, so you're stuck wherever whatever floor you wind up on. So if you do this series of glitches and then stand behind Maria while she's invincible, you can get the nurses to group up trying to hit you and have them all slapping each other around. And they'll also start teleporting around because of the extended hitbox mechanic when enemies can't reach you. Yeah, he can damage them. He doesn't, like, go out of his way to attack them and stuff. The power that makes all this stuff happen has always been there. It's in the land, was there before even the settlers came. Magnum asks, is this just your theory, or is it revealed in any of the games? It's revealed in this game. Earlier when we were reading the Book of Lost Memories, which is a book you pick up in this game, it specifically says pretty much what Armadoge just said. Like, there is just a spiritual power in this area. It's not from the town. It's not from the cult. It's been here since before recorded history, pretty much, as far as the book lists. But that is accurate. Let's go open a fridge. But first,
Hi there, everybody! Thanks for tuning in. Welcome to another exciting edition of Trick or Treat. Here you either answer the questions correctly and win a great prize, or fail to answer correctly and receive the punishment. It all depends on you. And our lucky, or should I say unlucky challenger today is James. James Sunderland! Are you ready to play Trick or Treat? Okay, here's your first question. Merry-go-round, haunted house, roller coaster, Ferris wheel, and teacup. Silent Hill is home to a thrilling amusement park that both children and adults love. The question is, what is the name of this amusement park? 1. Fantasyland. 2. Silent Hill Amusement Park. 3. Lakeside Amusement Park. Okay, quickly on to question number 2. Silent Hill witnessed a gruesome murder a few years back. A brother and sister were playing in the road when they were attacked and chopped into pieces with an axe. Torn flesh, smashed bones, splattered blood, and finally, bitter tears. What a terrible tragedy. What a gruesome end to such innocent lives. Now the question. What was the name of the murderer who committed this vile act? 1. Walter Sullivan. 2. Scott Fairbanks. 3. Eric Dane. Now for our third and final question. South of the lake is a deserted old neighborhood called South Vale. From there to Pale Vale, the central resort area northwest of the lake, there's only one road you can take. Just one road, no more. The third and final question is, what is the name of that road? 1. Bachman Road. 2. Rindell Street. 3. Nathan Avenue. Well, that's the last of our questions. Have you got it all figured out? When you know the answers, head to the storeroom on the 3rd floor to collect your prizes. But be careful if you're wrong. Well then, everybody, thanks for tuning in. See you again sometime. Bye-bye.
What was that?
So at no point has Silent Hill been a real town that people lived in. It's always been an eldritch entity located in a specific geographical location. Who said that? Nobody said that at all. There's a spiritual power that exists in an area. The earliest known historical records that were given in the game are there was tribes of Native Americans that lived in the area, and the spiritual power manifested itself in the way that they believed in spirits. Their ancestors, the spirits of the rocks, the water, the trees, they were real. They lived there. And then they were forced out by European settlers. European settlers settled in that land. Weird stuff happened to them because of that spiritual power. Then that all vanished and was lost to history. Another town was settled in its place later on that eventually became Silent Hill. Like, it's a town, it's real, it's physically there, people live there. But the power itself has always just been in that area. It's always affected whoever is living in that area. It's not like it's a fake town. It's not like the town itself is an entity where nobody lives there. It's just that the power has always affected whatever is in that area. Now, we've got Big Strong Maria to help us open the fridge.
You can't open it?
Yeah, Maria, give me a hand here.
Come on. You're supposed to be the big man around here. How's a little girl like me supposed to help? What's this? Not very cute, is it? Here, James. You take it.
Thanks.
That is my favorite James line delivery in the entire game. Thanks. I got the lead ring. Well, I don't know. It's really close for me between thanks and sounding like Randy Marsh from South Park when he screams, "Leave us alone! Leave us both the hell alone!" Those two are really close. Those are my favorites. I just want to hear James go, "I thought this was America," after he screams that every time. So what was that elevator ride anyway? Was that part of James' subconscious, or just Silent Hill pulling a fast one on him that anyone else could have heard? Your guess is as good as mine. I've never had a good answer for the game show thing. I feel like it's just a weird segment for the sake of being something weird. That we were talking earlier about questions and mysteries and things in these games that are just there to be weird and not necessarily have a direct answer. I think it's a little bit of fun. It's literally a quiz show for the player. How well have you been paying attention to the subplots so far? Did you read all these little notes and actually pay attention? Well, now we're going to quiz you on it. Like, I think it's literally just a little bit of weird fun for the player overall. And it doesn't really have a whole lot of bearing on James and Maria in the context of the game. Just that in every game, the town was pretty much completely abandoned, but it looks like at one point it was a fully populated, functioning town with lots of citizens. So when someone said the land has been haunted since the beginning of time, it made me curious about how the town was like when it was populated. Yeah, it's gone through lots of phases of being populated and then people move away. They talk about that in Silent Hill 1, how it was a bustling tourist town, and then weird stuff started to happen and people would leave, and then younger people who didn't know better would move in, and it would go between these phases of not very many people being there to being this bustling tourist town and everything kind of in between over the course of the years. So they get a little bit on that in Silent Hill 1, and it's just that whenever we see it as a player experiencing it through James and his crazy delusions and, you know, stuff like that, it's seen as a more abandoned town. Not to mention that would just be a much harder thing for them to sort of show in the context of the games, where you'd be there and there'd just be like people everywhere. Billy, welcome back. Thank you so much for the resub. Very kind of you. Thank you, thank you. Beef. I agree. What's up, Pure Wexford? But Billy, thank you so much. Hey, Bog Mummy. Been watching vids of your Silent Hill playthroughs on YouTube for like 2 years. First time I've managed to catch one live. It's been a long time since I've done these live. I took a very long break. And, didn't do a whole lot of Silent Hill streams and stuff for like a year and a half, almost 2 years. So it's been a while, and I'm kind of at a point now where I'm feeling better. I was dealing with a lot of stuff in real life. I was dealing with a lot of mental negativity that kind of drove me away from streaming and stuff in general for a long time. So I'm at a point in my life now where things are kind of okay again, and I'm feeling much better mentally, and yeah, back to my Silent Hill shenanigans again. So glad you could be here. Glad you could catch it live. Blad, thank you for gifting a sub to Pure Wexford Beef. Very much appreciated. Thank you so much. Thank you, thank you. Was there anything else? Does Team Silent ever mention about Walter Sullivan? Was it decided from the start that he will be a villain later in other games? Or they came with that idea when they were doing SH4? We talked about that earlier, Hermit. It would have been an idea that they came up with when 4 was being developed and decided to make it a Silent Hill game, because it wasn't even a Silent Hill game when it started. That was something that came later. They didn't have the whole series planned out from the very beginning. But Team Silent's very good at expanding on story elements that from the games that they already released and sort of making them tie in together well. So, but nope, it's not something they already had planned out. Just something they went back to and expanded upon when they started working on 4. Should people consider Pyramid Head and Red Pyramid Thing separate things? If you really want to split hairs as a fan. If you want to be super accurate, the devs internally called him Sankaku or Sankaku Atama. He's literally triangle head. So, I think at that point it's people splitting hairs because they don't like seeing Pyramid Head and things outside of Silent Hill 2. But at the end of the day, Pyramid Head was a popular character. He got shoehorned into other things. If you want to call him something else to make yourself be able to sleep better at night, knock yourself out. Pyramid Head has no place outside of Silent Hill 2. Don't get me wrong, I agree. But he exists in the movie and in Homecoming and in other stuff. And he's referred to as Pyramid Head and Red Pyramid Thing and all sorts of kind of different names. Boogeyman. Like, there's, you know, lots of hairs to split if you really want to be particular about it. As said, I agree with the sentiment that he should have been in Silent Hill 2 and nothing else, given his significance to the story of this game. But again, Silent Hill 2 is very popular. Pyramid Head became a very iconic part of it. And because of how iconic he became as like a Silent Hill creature, he just wound up being one of those repeated sort of trope monsters. Same with nurses and wheelchairs and steel pipes and fog and everything else that sort of, you know, radio static, all these things that could have been different, they could have moved away from, but everyone associated those things so closely with Silent Hill that they just kind of became the reused tropes. Just how things work. People like stuff, it gets popular, companies say, hey, put the popular stuff in. The fans will like that. Genuinely wish that James was brought to DVD and not Cheryl. Hate that Cheryl is the human representative for the Silent Hill series for crossovers. Well, with Dead by Daylight, they were trying to appeal to the widest number of fans that they could with the chapter. So they took elements from the first 3 games, arguably the most popular 3 games of the series. So the chapter is made up of a map, a killer, and a survivor. Got Midwich for the map. We got Pyramid Head for the killer. We got Heather, aka Cheryl, for the survivor. Little taste of the 3 games that most fans really like. But, you know, there's exactly like Kitty Wolf says, there's a lot of things that they have to take into consideration with that, and keep in mind it's not entirely up to behavior what they were able to include with the chapter. Anything that they would have done with that chapter would have had to be approved by Konami. Konami had probably a few specific things that they were allowing behavior to use, so, you know, I understand your frustration. I agree. I would have liked to have seen some different things. I would have liked to have seen a Silent Hill 2 map instead of Midwich. I think Midwich, while they did a very great job recreating it and making it a DVD map, I think as a DVD map, it fucking sucks. I hate that map to play on as a DVD player. I love it as a Silent Hill fan. I love all the amount of detail they put into it, all the little references and Easter eggs that are a part of it. But it's such a fucking shitty map to play on for DVD. I would have much rather seen an outdoor map. I would have loved to have seen Rosewater Park. If Rosewater Park had been the DVD map, I would have been happy with that. You got Toluca Lake right there that you can go and look at, and little statues, Jennifer Carroll, and, you know, throw some pallets in between the bushes, the staircases, and you're golden. I would have liked to have seen something different, you know, but we got what we got. I think given what it was overall, I enjoyed the chapter, but yeah, I know what you mean. What do you think the Silent Hill PT game that had Hideo Kojima on the team would have been like if it hadn't been canceled? Metal Gear Solid's my favorite game series, and I was so disappointed when it got canceled. It's hard to tell, because Kojima's such a creative dude, and like everything that he works on is usually so hard to predict. And keep in mind, PT was not a demo for that Silent Hill game. It was not a demo for Silent Hills. It was a playable teaser. It was its own little standalone puzzle to be solved by people in order to watch the trailer for Silent Hills. So I don't think it would have resembled PT at all. I think PT was more of a tech demo to try out different things, using a microphone to interact and all these kind of little elements. But it's really hard to say what it would have wound up actually being like overall. And the point is kind of moot because it's never, ever, 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 ever going to happen. So don't burn out too many brain cells thinking about it, you know? Wait, if you beat PT, you got to watch a trailer? Yes. Yes, you do. If you actually want to see, I did a nice in-depth playthrough of PT explaining the puzzle, how to solve it logically with the information given in the game, and explain the little bits of story that are part of it. And it's in my VOD collection for all of my other Silent Hill stuff. I'll give me a second and I'll give you a link to that. Story playthroughs. First of all, if you want to see the overall collections page, this is the Silent Hill collection of all of my VODs from over the years. 295 hours and 31 minutes and 39 seconds of highly informative Silent Hill videos over the last several years that I've done on this channel. And is the PT in-depth story playthrough video by itself right there. Want to learn more about that. They used her hitbox for her shadow? Not exactly. It's more a little weird than that. But it's actually, in the enhanced edition, they changed up the way the shadows and stuff work based compared to the original just base PC version, where they looked more strange. It's very noticeable. She has like long claw fingers because it's like the basic, not like the skeleton that the model is rigged onto, but it's like her model but without the elements of detail. It does look kind of like a hitbox, but trust me, the hitboxes are not really even remotely human shaped. They're basically big ovals. All right. Run away. Run from Pyramid Head. Sankaku. Sankaku-san. Leave her alone. Leave us both the hell alone.
Open up!
Poor Maria. Could have ran faster. Don't worry, she's a manifestation. The town will just make a new one. It'll be okay. God, look at the detail on this on Enhanced Edition. So crisp. You can read everything all nice and clearly. He who is not bold enough to be stared at from across the abyss is not bold enough to stare into it himself. The truth can only be learned by marching forward. Follow the map. There's a letter and a wrench. Here, letter wrench. Here, dig up things in Rosewater Park. Here, go to Silent Hill Historical Society. Copied onto my map. Lakeview Hotel, scenic views and lifelong memories. Sanford Street, Paleville. Toluca Boat Launch. Marina Bay Limited, 10 years of business. Toluca Lake Boat Club, enjoy the boating life without the responsibility. Can't quite read the smaller text underneath it. Toluca Tours, daily tours of scenic Toluca Lake. Phantom Snake, thank you so much for the sub. Very, very much appreciate that. Good to see you again. Hope you're doing well today. Hospital lobby key. All the doors are locked, right? Everything in the hospital is locked now. Remember the last playthrough of Three Dog? Pyramid Head was ahead of Maria in the corridor. Yeah, I've had that happen too. And Pyramid Head will run super fast when that happens. Let me pull up. I've got a clip of it from when it happened on one of my streams.
So that I can shoot. Oh my god. He got ahead of Maria. I don't even know how that works, but I'm gonna keep running. Look at him! Holy fuck! What is this speed? I've never seen this.
Open up!
Yep. That's a thing that can happen. Fast as fuck, boy. All right. We finished Brookhaven. I'm at the 10.5 hour mark on the stream. So it is that time again. I need to go make myself another cup of tea, stand up, stretch, and keep myself awake, get a little caffeine going with some tea, and just kind of take a moment so that I'm not sitting in my chair ruining my body even more than I already have. But I'm not done yet. I just need a couple minutes here. We're gonna listen to this sad piano song while I'm taking a short break. And then when I get back, more Silent Hill 2. Back in a few minutes. Oh shit, are we having a dance party? Fell asleep. I ain't fall no sleeps. I ain't afraid no sleep. Here, if we're gonna have a dance party, let's have a dance party.
Well, the moon and star come to me through fire and war. Oh, oh, come near afar, come and look upon my heart, look upon my heart. Oh, lay down your weapons, it is not too late for my mercy. Oh, oh, come and look upon my heart, look upon my heart. Oh, 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 I'm a god, how can you kill a god? What a grand and intoxicating innocence. I'm a god. How can you kill a god? Shame on you, sweet Larabar. I'm a god. I'm a god. I'm a god. God. I'm a god. I'm a god. I'm a god. Love the moon and star come to me through fire and war. Oh, oh. Come near afar, come and look upon my heart, look upon my heart. Oh, lay down your weapons, it is not too late for my mercy. Oh, oh, come and look upon my heart, look upon my heart. Oh, 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 I'm a god, how can you kill a god? What a grand and intoxicating innocence. I'm a god, how can you kill a god? Shame on you, sweet Larabar. I'm a god. I'm a god.
I'm a god, god.
I'm a god. I'm a god. I'm a god.
No recall or intervention can work in this place. There is no escape. No recall or intervention can work in this place. There is no escape.
Or intervention can work in this place. There is no escape. No recall or intervention can work in this place. There is no escape. Oh, I'm a god. How can you kill a god? What a grand and intoxicating innocence. I'm a god. How can you kill a god? Shame on you, sweet Larabar. I'm a god. I'm a god. I'm a god, god, I'm a god. I'm a god, I'm a god.
Blood Gang next? Alright, I got you. I need some time to sit here and finish my ice cream. And sip on my tea. And then we'll get back into it. I'm going to skip forward to the good part where the song starts. kind of ice cream? Vanilla bean, because I'm a basic bitch.
I got the blood game in my disposal. We've been nice out, whole crew stayed frozen. Double cut, red, cold bean, blood potion. I got the blood game in my disposal. I got the blood game in my disposal. I got the blood game in my disposal.
Chalice with some fresh cattle juice. I'm really comfy in my vampire booth. Mo like balling every day. Act a fool. Pathetic creature. Romp up on you, wrong you fool. Bad bitch, she gave me neck. I left ticket on her neck. Stupid bitch, she called me sunshine. I can't stand no disrespect. You don't fuck with fair and sundry. If you have some intellect, you don't fuck with fair and sundry. Bad for your health.
I got the blood game in my disposal. We've been nice out, whole crew stayed frozen. Double cut, red, cold bean, blood potion. I got the blood game in my disposal. I got the blood game in my disposal. I got the blood game in my
red water spring, blood magically. Good with the wings, cause it's a bad one. Hey, make the check lead. You ain't game match. Hey, you would have breed. We are a menace in the streets. Cause all my brothers dogs. We ain't werewolves, but we like to bite. All milk, not an alchemist,
but I'm on that grind.
Gargoyles with the stony hide. You don't want to make my blood boil. You would very match. You don't want to fight.
I got the blood game in my disposal. We've been nice out, whole crew stayed frozen. Double cut, red, cold bean, blood potion. I got the blood game in my disposal. I got the blood game in my disposal. I got the blood game in my disposal.
All right. That helped me wake up. Good dance party, everybody. Now I just want to play Elder Scrolls games. Well, if it isn't Nobody. Nobody, thank you so much for the 51 months. Very, very, very long time supporter. Long before even the partnership, the sub button was even a thing. Thank you so much. Famed horror streamer Beardman. That's me. Playing Silent Hill 2. Taking almost 11 hours just to get through Brookhaven. Thank you so much for all the love and support. Hope you're doing well today, Nobody. Well, we left off with escaping Brookhaven, running down a hallway from Triangle Face, and Maria didn't quite make it. She should have ran faster. And And now we've got an idea of where to go next. Need to go get the letter and the wrench that has been marked on the map. Use that to go and dig up a box in Rosewater Park. And then go and visit the Silent Hill Historical Society. We still got a lot of stuff to do in the game. Let's go do it. Marie is dead. Couldn't protect her. And Laura has run off somewhere. Once again, I couldn't do anything to help. Mary, what should I do? Are you really waiting somewhere for me? Or is this your way of taking... revenge? You almost came to terms with it. Going to find Mary. The only thing I have left to do. Go for her. Go do it. I'm gonna go back in the hospital, however. We're gonna try to do a glitch here. There we go. Now we can enjoy our running through the town with this nice piano track playing. I'm Wake. Alan Wake? Good morning, Treen. And Dr. Rockstar, welcome back. Thank you so much for the resub. Hope you're doing well today. So, your story streams were always the best. Love discussing Silent Hill 1 back in the day. Actually going to go back and start watching the stream from the beginning. Don't worry. You're only like 11 hours behind. Of course, I'm going to archive all of these. They'll probably eventually make their way onto YouTube as well. But they'll be immortalized here on Twitch for anybody who didn't get to watch the whole thing or has to catch up to it later on. But I'm glad you're still hanging around enjoying the streams, the VODs, the old stuff, the new stuff. I appreciate you being here. And thank you again for the resub. Seriously, very much appreciate it. Hey, some new creatures to talk about. The mandarins. You see, these creatures get reused with new animations where they walk above ground in Silent Hill 3. They're renamed to closers or closers, depending on how you want to pronounce it. And when they get close to you, look, they have like tentacles that come up out of the mouths that are on their hands. Little spiky tentacles. They lick your toes. They trying. Let me pull up some creature info from Mr. Masahiro Ito. Can we kill them? Technically we can. This is the only place where they spawn, right? They also spawn in the labyrinth later on. Hey, Blue Satyr. Thank you so much for the resub and the big 19 months. Very much appreciated. Thank you, thank you. So there we go. There's the link in chat. And I'll pull this up here and read it. This is from Masahiro Ito, artist, creature designer for the Silent Hill games, the first 3 games. He says, the creatures of Silent Hill 2 have metaphor for James's guilt in order of appearance. Lying figure, mannequin, bubblehead nurse are memories belonging to the hospital. Flesh lips, representing Mary on her bed, hospital bed. And the Mandarin is the mouth to abuse him. So, essentially, as we come to find out from some of Mary's dialogue that we're going to hear closer to the end of the game, as Mary's health state deteriorated and her relationship and everything with James became more and more strained, Mary was quite vocally abusive towards James. She said a lot of nasty things towards him. Whether she really meant them or not is up for some debate. I would say, in general, she didn't really, but she was so overwhelmed with, trying to cope with dying. That's gonna really affect you in some serious ways, and you're gonna most likely be lashing out at people around you. At least in the case of Mary, she lashed out towards James. So that's what these mandarins are representative of. The mouths lashing out towards James, representing Mary's abusive words. Is it clear what she had? Heard somewhere some kind of cancer. It's never specified by any of the dev team members or information in the games or anything like that what specifically she had. Some sort of degenerative disease that affected her appearance. Guy Seehee, the voice actor for James, speculates that it was some type of skin cancer. Other people have suspected some type of leprosy. There's lots of speculation and theory out there based on symptoms and things like that, but nothing ever specific is given. Nothing official. Really bad incurable disease. She's got a bad case of dead wife disease. Hyperspray. This is going to be useless, most likely. The hyperspray only does damage based on your number of stars in your ranking of your previously completed playthrough on the save file. So, yeah, this is the weakest hyperspray. The white hyperspray. It doesn't actually do damage. It only will stun enemies. I think it can hurt bugs. It can hurt the little creepers, but that's it. If it's used on mannequins, lying figures, anything like that, it'll freeze them in place for a little bit, but that's about it. Do you remember the colors of the spray? White is the weakest. I think yellow is like the medium strength, and then green is the strongest, which is for 10-star playthroughs That's one of your rewards is the green hyper spray. Purple? Was there a purple? I don't think there's a purple. I want to say it's just the white, yellow, and green. Purple's the weakest. I think you need less than 2 stars. Really? White, yellow, green, purple? How do I not remember purple? I don't feel like I've seen purple hyper spray. Green hyper spray I know is like the main thing used for like speed runs. New Game Plus speed runs and things like that. Oh yeah, purple spray is the weakest. Got to rank below 2 stars. That's almost as hard to get as the green hyper spray to rank that low. Yeah, so you can chase away the final boss's moths with it. With the white spray that I've got, you can kill creepers with it. Everything else, it'll just paralyze without doing damage. But yeah, green is the strongest. Nub's so good, he missed out on dumb people stuff. Yeah, it's honestly kind of difficult to get like 2 stars or lower. Getting a rank that low is more an achievement than getting the highest rank. I mean, 10 star is still kind of a big pain in the ass to get. But yeah, getting a 2 star or lower rank is also quite an accomplishment in itself. There's a memo lying on the sofa. I'll wait at Bar Neely's. We're going to go to Neely's Bar. Also, I want to point something out. See this door? You see this door right here? At the end of this RV trailer thing? See where that door would be? Shitty little closet. Ah, could be just like a little storage closet. But it's like how close it is. Look at the way they position James too. They make it look like this is where you came through, but you came through here. But they spawn you like up here facing this way. And look, like my shoulder is against the wall here. Walk down straight into this door. Shoulder against the wall. So yeah, maybe a little storage area. Liquor cabinet. What is up, friend Zappa? Hope you're doing well this morning. Fine day. Alright. We need to make some progress. Still gonna be trying to stop and talk about stuff, answer questions, but we gotta get through this. I gotta be able to get some sleep, and then we're still gonna be doing Silent Hill 3 later on tonight, so I cannot let this turn into a 20-hour stream, unfortunately. Not today. 2 hours to get into town. I sense regret. Not really regret, because I love playing this game, and I love taking my time with it and talking to people about it, so it's nice coming back to this after such a long time, taking a break away from these games, and now getting back into it. So no regrets at all. I'm just wearing down. I'm tired. I'm an old man. I need some sleep. That breed. Little bit of a speed run tip here. If you want to save some frames, save about 1.5 seconds to 2 seconds. If you move all the way up this step here to pick up the wrench, you got to watch James bend down and pick it up and stand back up before you can start moving again. But if you pick it up from a different plane of elevation from the stairs, straight into the inventory, no animation. Oh yeah. Or perhaps you are a fool. The truth usually betrays people. A part of that abyss is in the old society. The key to the society is in the park, at the foot of the praying woman, inside of the ground, inside of a box. To open it, I need a wrench. My patient buried it there. I knew, but did nothing. It made me uneasy to have such a thing near. I wasn't looking for the truth. I was looking for tranquility. I also saw that thing. I fled, but the museum was sealed as well. Now, no one dares to approach that place. If you still do not wish to stop, James, I pray to the Lord to have mercy on your eternal soul. So the town is trying to be very subtle about the clues that it's giving James. And by subtle, I mean putting direct corpses of himself around the town to be found, and a woman who looks exactly like his dead wife. The town has been giving him hints and clues as to the truth of what he's done and sort of the actual reality of what's been going on. And at this point, I feel like it's almost like the town is getting annoyed that James is still living his delusion. He's still believing in his Mary's been dead for 3 years, I've got a letter, I'm trying to find her delusion. And now the town is just calling him outright by name. Here's where you go, here's what you do, calling him by name. The town has had enough of your shit, James. Get a grip. Come to terms with it. Neely's over here, right? Yeah. You're a bad person, James. Need you to know that. Need you to accept it. They missed. Imagine how fed up the town would be with Henry. Here we are. Neely's Bar. Bar Neely's. Everybody's favorite thing to speculate on. There was a hole here. It's gone now. But more importantly, you can come here earlier at different points of the game, and this will be here. But now that we're here after Brookhaven, there's also this. Again, the town is sick of James's shit. So the town is just calling him out very directly. If you really want to see Mary, you should just die. But you might be heading to a different place than Mary, James. But I got a letter. See? Letter from Mary. That's definitely Mary's name in her own handwriting on the front of the envelope. It's right there. Check on that later again. That letter later. Later letter. Am I tired yet? Yeah, Matt. I'm losing my mind. I'm a little worn out. I'm at that stage where I'm like really goofy from being awake and not having slept a whole lot yesterday. If the town's so pissed, shouldn't have manifested the letter in the first place. You have a point. Maybe that's why the town takes it away from him. Like, all right, this was a bad idea. I'm taking it back. Give it back. The door that wakes in darkness, opening into nightmares. Well, it's dark, so the door's open. There was something on the ground back there. It was the lock. It was the lock to the gate that we unlocked earlier to get into the apartments. It's not a thing you can pick up. Clever part is, on the vinyl release of the OST, the whole line is on the label. If you lay down the record, the hole is actually gone. Huh. I didn't know that. Here we go. This is actually a statue that I brought up when we were talking about this subject during the Silent Hill 1 playthrough. Victim of persecution by the Christians. Jennifer Carroll lived with pride and honor. What happened here shall never be forgotten. Another one of those things where you've got to read between the lines, figure out what the blocked out parts of the words are, but there's no way to unlock them normally in the game, but they are in the game code, so people have extracted it to figure out what it says. And it is victim of persecution by the Christian. So it gives a little bit of insight into this division of the people living in Silent Hill. That there were relatively normal people and people who were just like Christians. But then there was also people who were members of the cult. So people were asking, like, is everybody who lives in the town a member of the order or the cult or anything? It's like, no. There were the cultists, and then there were other people. And they were actually sort of opposed to each other. in some situations. In this case, a statue made for Jennifer Carroll, a victim of persecution, implies that she was likely killed for being a cultist, or discovered as a cultist. Did they hide those parts just to not get in trouble with religious groups? Possibly. It's difficult to say if they really cared about, like, saying Christians outright and then, you know, getting some sort of backlash from that, which is understandable. But they also just want to keep a lot of these sort of elements vague. And like Fungo was talking about when he was here earlier in the stream, there's a similar monument that talks about Blood Swamp near the beginning of the game, and Fungo brought up a great point that a lot of these monuments and statues and things that are around the town that kind of talk about the history are faded to where you can't really read all of it. And it's a good indication of how things are being lost to time. That there's things being forgotten and lost to time that are being worn away, which sort of plays a bit of a role in a lot of the themes around this game. So that was a really good observation. The ground is raised up only here. Could there be something under here? Will you dig? Dig. Underneath. Everything that I am. Rearranging. Small metal box is fastened by bolts. I can't open the lid. Luckily, we got the wrench. Thanks, town. Found this on a porch on Lindsay Street. The tool used for turning nuts and bolts. Hey, what's up, Tato? Good to see you again. It's the wrench. Strange looking key, but we got the old bronze key. Old bronze key, antique looking bronze key hidden behind one of the statues lined up in the park. Use dog bone over wrench. Yep, use dog bone. It's a key. No idea where to use it. Oh, I know where to use it. We're gonna use it. Lindsay Street, David L. Lindsay, mystery and crime fiction novelist. That is correct, Dexter. A lot of the streets in Silent Hill, they kept that theme over from Silent Hill 1, where authors, not necessarily just horror authors, mystery authors, crime fiction novelists, as you point out, even Carroll most likely being like Lewis Carroll. So all these little references to authors. Earlier there was references to directors with like the Linehouse key being Adrian Lyne. They always, Team Silent likes to put in all their references to influential authors and directors and people that they took a lot of inspiration and influence from when making these games. It's a nice touch. I really do like it. Ruth Rendell for Rendell Street. Yeah, this was one of the things when I was doing the notes and research stream. I went through and wrote down, like, looked up all the names and found the corresponding authors and references for all the street names. Does the street names match with actual real-life Silent Hill streets? What do you mean? Silent Hill is a fictional video game. It is not a real place. In fact, specifically Silent Hill 2 was based, the way the storefronts and the streets and the way that things look around the town are based on areas of California. San Bruno, California, which is very near where the old Konami US offices used to be located. So the dev team for Silent Hill 2 actually came to the Konami US offices to work on the game and do research for the game. And a lot of the areas of Silent Hill 2 are based on streets and storefronts and things in San Bruno, California. Some of which are actually still there and still recognizable. A lot of those storefronts, their signs and things that are out front are still there. One of the members of Twitch Team Silent here on Twitch, UFO Techie. A lot of you guys know Techie. Techie actually had gone out to San Bruno and took pictures of a lot of those streets and storefronts that matched up with the areas around Silent Hill 2, which was super cool. Oh God, don't. The buzzword. Someone said it. Someone's talking about Centralia. The stream's over. I'm going back to never playing these games again. You can all thank Drewzilla. Silent Hill 2 is banned now. We don't play these games anymore. Ruined it. You ruined it for all the other cats. We'll talk very briefly about Centralia. It was for the movie, and it's all thanks to Roger Avery, a guy who won an award for writing for Pulp Fiction, worked with Christoph Gans to help write the Silent Hill movie, and then killed people by drunk driving. So, it's that guy's fault. Because he grew up in a mining town and wanted to incorporate elements of his real life into the origin of Silent Hill for the movie Silent Hill. So, there you go. That's it. That's the short version. Silent Hill, the movie, the game, when? Next Thursday. No, next Wednesday. Hope that guy's in jail now. He did go to jail for several years. He's out now. Back to working in the film industry again. But yeah, he went to jail. He killed people. I'd actually play that. Silent Hill, the movie, the game. They literally made that. It's called Homecoming. It's called Silent Hill Homecoming. We'll be playing it next Wednesday. This lovely render. Misty day, remains of the judgment. It's him. That lovely Masahiro Ito artwork. I would absolutely frame this and put this up in my house. Boy, that looks very distinctly like a team of Japanese men. And also Michael Myers. What the fuck? Why did I never notice that? In the back row. How am I like noticing this stuff that I that I hadn't seen earlier? Earlier it was the Cammy Street Fighter concept art that's in Heaven's Night that I had never seen before, never really noticed before. I never noticed the fucking Michael Myers standing back there in this portrait of Japanese men, which is honestly probably people on the dev team. Kind of looks like it. Look at the wild hair on the guy in the farthest back top left row. That looks a bit like Ito. The one to the left of Michael Myers looks a bit like Yamaoka. Fucking Michael Myers just chilling there. Nothing useful written on them. Nothing particularly special about this photograph. A photo's hanging here. Hey, town lore. Brookhaven Hospital, 1880. Yeah, get used to the demon cow noise. This hospital was built in response to a great plague that followed a wave of immigration to this area. It was originally little more than a shack, but it gradually grew and grew. A photo of the director of the old Brookhaven Hospital. It looks like he was a famous person in town. Henry Townsend? Moo. Sounds like a lighthouse horn? Yeah, it's supposed to be like a boat horn. But I just like calling it demon cow. Otacon? Take a look at this. Foreshadowing. Like very direct foreshadowing. Like just straight up an image of a rendered room that we're going to be in very shortly. Photo of a deep, deep hole. What could this be? Well, the Silent Hill Wiki says it's a vagina and that it's a reference to sexual frustration. But Masahiro Ito says he doesn't care. So, who knows? Should I find that? Should I pull that up so that we know what reference I'm making? bring up the other conspiracy theory too, or do we wait till Silent Hill 4? Save it for Silent Hill 4. Save it for Monday. God, I'm trying to find this tweet. Where is it? Got it. Hold on. Moo. Moo. So, no context, Silent Hill tweeted out a screenshot from the Silent Hill wiki. The hole could refer to Mary's vagina and the theme of sexual frustration. Big Daddy quote tweeting this to Masahiro Ito. What do you think about this? Masahiro Ito. I don't care. I don't care. Stop tweeting at me about vaginas. What's wrong with you Silent Hill fans? Pusican. Thank you for the Twitch Prime sub. Very much appreciated. Thank you so much for the support. Enjoy the emotes. Is it confirmed that this is meant to be a foghorn or just a foghorn sample being used for a disturbing effect like the air raid siren? No, it's literally a foghorn. We're at the Silent Hill Historical Society, which is part of the Lake Toluca boat launch. It's like right next to it. So normally you would just go through the Historical Society, you'd go out the back door, and then there's a dock with a boat launch that's like right there. Of course, Silent Hill is now distorting reality, so we try to go through the back door of the Historical Society, and it's a gigantic, never-ending, constantly descending, well, not never-ending, but very, very long descending staircase into a prison that exists in the 1800s. Because we can't just go through a building and expect to be where we're trying to be. But yeah, the boat horn, the foghorn, it's part of it. It is there. It is intended to be that. It's not just a sound effect that is meant to be for creepy effect. September 11th, 1820. Prisoner number C221. I can't read the rest. What is this? And it could be a reference to the Little Baroness. We're going to read we're going to read a little bit about the Little Baroness when we get to the office, kind of at the end of this prison segment. And I'll probably try to squeeze in a playthrough of the Silent Hill arcade game at some point relatively soon. We'll do like a day for the side games after I finish the main series next week. We'll try to do a day where we go through the arcade game, PT, maybe play novel, not Book of Memories, that sort of stuff. Remember watching the video dissecting this segment and why it's so good? The Stop Skeletons from Fighting video? That is a good video. Yeah, the Historical Society, the significance of it, the way all of this is laid out and set up. Because, like, I've definitely, like, early on when I was very, very first playing the Silent Hill 2, around, like, 2001, 2002, this area was always, like, the scariest area in the game to me, getting through this prison. And it's interesting to me now because I'm so familiar with the game that I realize how short of an area it really is. But at the same time, it felt a lot longer than it actually is back then because I was so hesitant to actually get through it. Listen to that creaking rope sound. It's effective and it defies logic completely. Yeah, this is effectively the nowhere of this game. Like, we don't really get a proper nowhere the way we do with, like, Silent Hill 1 and Silent Hill 3 where reality has just sort of completely given up, and everything that the town is doing is just like, it doesn't follow logic anymore. Time and space and the way things connect don't matter anymore. This is kind of that part for Silent Hill 2, where it's like, okay, we're going into this little historical society. There's a boat dock right out the back. You can see it over the fence. And then you descend down this super long staircase. You're constantly descending. You're winding up in rooms that are facing the wrong direction. You're like looking up out of the floor, but because the way the camera is angled, you're looking forward and standing upright, but the room is turned. So it's like, are you turned? Is the room turned? And it just like makes less and less sense the further into it we go. A painting is hanging here. Crimson and white banquet for the gods. Look at that. You can look at the hooded executioner and his very pyramid-looking hood shape. A photo is hanging here. Death by skewering. An execution at the prison. Death by skewering or strangling. To choose his death is the prisoner's last taste of freedom. And we're gonna see somebody being skewered in the not too distant future by an executioner. Yeah, Pyramid Head. After seeing this stuff, he switches over to the skewering spear, which is from the Great Knife, and gives you the opportunity to pick up the Great Knife. And even the creatures being skewered there, the human shape things on the skewers, are lying figures. A photo is hanging here. Toluca Prison Camp. Built during the Civil War, later became Toluca Prison. And you can see the boat docks and everything, that the prison is what was here long before it became the Historical Society. So we're literally like back in time to be here by going through Historical Society. We went through the Historical Society and stepped into history. Doesn't Pyramid Head switch to the skewer during the elevator segment? Actually, you're right. She is skewered with a spear for that segment. It's even earlier than this. You're absolutely right. Hey, Ghost Butt 5000. Glad you could be here to catch it. If not this, then what? I mean, since that is kind of the moment that Maria dies, that it could just be intended to be foreshadowing for this kind of upcoming segment with him and Maria. Didn't he already have his spear in the hospital? When we get knocked off the roof of the hospital by Pyramid Head, it's still the Great Knife. But it's the spear once Maria gets impaled running to the elevator. God damn it. The hole's dark and I can't see anything. Let's jump down. And just in case you're wondering, personally, no, I don't think this is Mary's vagina or representative of sexual frustration. I think this constant descending is literally like James is descending into madness. Reality is falling apart around him. His delusions are breaking away, and he's being dragged kicking and screaming into reality by going through complete nonsense first. Kind of like I was pointing out with the letter and the writing on the wall in Neely's bar, where the town is kind of directly talking about James, naming him in what it's saying, almost as though the town is like sick of him, you know, believing his delusion. It's like, you gotta fucking face facts, James. The singular of James. Where's the other James? He was inside of us all along. The real James was the friends we made along the way. All right. So we descend underneath the historical society, super far. We've jumped down a very dark hole even further into a bottomless well. Well, not bottomless, a very deep well we have to break out of. By the way, interesting thing about that well. So when you're speedrunning this game on PC, you are sequence breaking a lot of stuff in the game by quick saving in order to get around areas you're not normally supposed to get around. You can run through cutscene triggers and things like that without triggering them, and invisible barriers and walls, places where the town, like when you play normally, if you try to explore the town, you'll get like some text of like, I can't go explore yet. I need to go do this other thing first. In the early part of the game, it wants you to go and follow the shadowy figure in the road, so that you encounter the first lying figure, you pick up the radio, you get your wooden plank, and then continue the game from there. Normally, you're forced to do that. But in the PC version, you can use the quick save exploits to completely skip picking up that wooden plank. And all the other melee weapons in the game outside of that plank are optional. You don't have to pick them up. You don't have to pick up the chainsaw. You don't have to pick up the steel pipe. None of that. So, if you skip all the melee weapons in the game, get all the way to this point, or the point where you drop into the well and you have to break the wall to reveal the door, you're just done. You're soft locked. You cannot progress any further. There's no way to break the wall with a gun or anything else. You have to have a melee weapon. So it's entirely possible to just soft lock in that well. At least on the PC version, if you're skipping melee weapons and not paying attention. All right, time for some RNG. This is an interesting puzzle. I always thought was kind of neat. unlike a lot of other puzzles in the game where you've got clues, you've got hints, you've got notes of how you're supposed to solve it. With this one, it's really just trial and error. They put you in the panic puzzle. They put you in a situation that you don't really want to be in, and you're forced to just kind of do a puzzle without any kind of clues. You just have to keep trying stuff. Got the spiral writing key, and our flashlight has chosen this very moment to die. I press the switch, but nothing happens. Not nothing. Flashes for a second. I'm gonna spam it as fast as I can. Oh well. Good puzzle, but you can totally skip it in a speed run. Yeah. And again, even if you aren't skipping it in a speed run, with the current speedrun strats for Silent Hill 2, where you figure out all of the puzzle solutions from the very beginning by determining what seed you're on when you start the game, even if you don't skip this, you know what seed you're on, and you just know the solution, like you do for all the other puzzles. We're not doing that. We're doing it legit. So we got the battery that we picked up in the hospital to replace our flashlight battery. I'm going to hyperspray some bugs just for fun. You can make a big train of them. Look at that. It's like a centipede. Oh, look at the one crawling down from the camera view. So, here is the puzzle. You just have to keep trying combinations of the 3 buttons that are worn out until you figure out the combination to get out. It's a 3-number combination. Sometimes there are 3 buttons that are worn like this. Sometimes there's only 2. And it's just, trial and error. So let's try 965. No. 5, 6, 9. 6, 9. Nice. I mean 5. 6, 5, 9. Hey. So we've escaped the bug room. Hey, Sinor. Compression hates this. It happens. Spiral writing key. So this is what we got out of there so that we can proceed. Key with a slim 3-inch long cylinder attached. Cylinder is engraved with spiral writing. It says, "'Tis doubt, which leadeth thee to purgatory." If you doubt yourself and don't move forward, you don't move anywhere. Purgatory. Don't doubt yourself. Just go forward. But it's hard to not doubt yourself when your brain tries to process this room that you're standing in. Tell me which way is up. Is it towards the top of James's head? Because if you take it and flip it, you can actually see that's a neon light at the top. What is now the top of the screen. The two doors on either side of the hallway. The floor at the bottom. So we're not up. We are sideways on a gate in this room. And back to normal. It's pitch black beyond the door. I can't tell how far the blackness stretches. So we're now going even further down. Or up, or sideways, down a hallway. We're going somewhere.
Killing a person ain't no big deal. Just put the gun to their head. Pow. You killed him? But it wasn't my fault. He made me do it.
Calm down, Eddie. Tell me what happened.
That guy, he had it coming. I didn't do anything. He just came after me. Besides, he was making fun of me with his eyes, like that other one.
Just for that, you killed him?
What do you mean, just for that?
Eddie, you can't just kill someone because of the way they looked at you.
Oh yeah? Why not? Till now I always let people walk all over me. Just like that stupid dog. He had it coming too.
Eddie.
I was just joking, James. He was dead when I got here, honest. Anyway, I gotta run.
You're going out there alone?
Yeah.
Eddie?
Steve Hayate. There is no Japanese voice. These games were made by a Japanese team specifically for American and Western audiences. It was made in English. The Japanese versions of these games are in English with Japanese subtitles. Yep. So there is no Japanese dialogue. There's no Japanese dub. It is purely in English. What do Japanese people think of this game? I mean, Silent Hill is a pretty popular series in general. Although, interesting to talk about that with Silent Hill 2. This game now is viewed, in hindsight, as like a survival horror classic. A lot of people would consider this like one of the best, if not the best, survival horror games to be made, especially for its time. but when it released, especially for Japanese audiences, a lot of fans were actually unhappy with it because they were really big fans of Silent Hill 1 and they wanted more of that. They wanted a continuation of the story of Silent Hill 1 for their Silent Hill 2 sequel. And instead they got very, very different, Silent Hill story, something very different and deviated from what Silent Hill 1 was, which is why when they started working on Silent Hill 3, they took that into account and said the fans wanted more of the Silent Hill 1 story, so we'll do that for 3. So 2 was their little deviation away from a lot of stuff that they did for Silent Hill 1. A lot of fans were very vocal and didn't like it at first. They took that into consideration for the production of 3, so they made 3 a direct sequel, taking place 17 years after the events of Silent Hill 1, and continuing that story. Does that mean 3 has a Japanese dub? Nope. There is no Japanese dub for any of the Silent Hill games. The first 4 games were all Japanese produced specifically for Western audiences. They're all made in English, so it's just subtitles. Only the text and stuff is translated. And then after that, they were all made by different Western studios. So they were made in English, and same thing. They don't have Japanese language in them. I guess if you want to be really technical, there's Japanese dubs for Book of Memories. There's a character that speaks Japanese. There's a bit of Japanese dialogue in Silent Hill 2 for the dog ending, but it's English voice actors. It's Guy Seehee speaking in not too good Japanese. Yeah, the dog ending is the English voice actor trying to speak Japanese when he wasn't particularly fluent at that time. He's gotten better at it since, but yeah. Oh, yeah, Silent Hill 3 has Hezabeam. Again, that's the English voice actors speaking in Japanese for just a couple little lines, little things. But yeah, there is no Japanese dub. Yes, Rainfire. That's considered a slur. Let's try to avoid that. So, we've descended very, very deep under the Historical Society into the prison from the 1800s. For some reason, Eddie is here. And Eddie is losing it. I mean, he was already not mentally stable when we were interacting with him before, but he at least seemed a little bit more normal when we talk to him, ask him questions and stuff. But now, like, he's sitting down here, he's got the crazy eyes, pointing a gun at his head. He's saying it's fine to shoot people and kill them just because they looked at him funny. And now he's gone and wandered off. So anyway, I gotta run. All right. And here in the actual room where we find him is a corpse. The body is marked with bullet holes. Now, there's a lot of ways to kind of speculate on this. Most likely, it's something that Eddie shot. I say something because this is most likely a manifestation, just like pretty much everything else is at this point. But it's so hard to tell with these things because perception is so character specific. Everyone sees things, especially manifestations, all of the manifested places and creatures and things around everyone is being perceived in different ways. James usually will see things different from what Eddie sees, different from what Angela sees, different from what Laura sees. So this might look like something completely different to Eddie, but James sees it as a person. But considering the way Eddie reacts, talking about killing a person ain't no big deal, makes it sound like to him it also looks like a person. So we're going to start collecting tablets, these picture tablets, 3 of them representing 3 characters. The tablet of the Gluttonous Pig, metal tablet with Gluttonous Pig drawn on one side, found in the dining room. So the Gluttonous Pig, representative of Eddie, of course. Look at this painting. Interesting painting on the wall. It's a painting of this room that we're standing in. There's a painting of this painting in the back of the room, which is also a painting of this room. And so on and so forth indefinitely. And if you look in the bottom right of the painting, there's the corpse on the table. But the dead body's wearing James's clothes. You're right. Brown, different colored clothing for the corpse on the table, but in the painting, yeah, it's James. And we're gonna start seeing more and more of these sort of elements as we get further through this. So again, talking about perspective, all these different characters' perspectives, how they see the town around them, what the creatures they see look like, or people, other manifestations. And we're going to start seeing things sort of start to overlap. James's nightmare is starting to overlap with Eddie's nightmare. Their other worlds are starting to sort of merge. And we're going to see that more and more as we kind of progress here. So we get little glimpses into sort of what Eddie's been experiencing during Silent Hill, during his time here. Rust-colored egg and scarlet egg. While it said they represent Mary and Maria, do you think perhaps the eggs, since they came from the twin pyramid heads, are representative of Mary, an old kill, and Eddie, a new kill? Yeah, I've heard both theories, and I definitely lean more towards the Mary and Eddie explanation. I mean, there's nothing to really confirm it. It's one of those things that's still left to mystery, and you could argue it either way, and plenty of other ways that you could theorize about it, but considering it's like the other pyramid head shows up after James has killed another person, you have the 2 eggs representing the 2 kills. But keep in mind, even for Mary being the old kill, he wasn't killed like years ago. It's only been at most a week. Rust is supposed to be symbolic of Mary rusting away from her illness. That's another way to look at it. Sort of deteriorated state of the egg itself, kind of representing that. I said, that's why I like a lot of those things that there is no concrete answer. I can't give you an exact answer of what something is. You know, there's a lot of elements in that game, and I like the discussion that comes from that, you know? Documents on the desk. Nothing to do with me, though. Mary was killed only a week ago, not 3 years. Correct. I would recommend, I know it's a long stream, but if you get a chance, watch the VOD from the beginning, because I explained a lot of this stuff in the first, like, 2 hours of the playthrough at the very start of it. Take that. Like Eddie's Otherworld. I like the idea of it. This like the really cold sort of hallway with all the blood and the corpses when you actually get to where you confront Eddie. There are documents on the desk. They've got nothing to do with me, though. Nub, do you think you have any new discoveries in this SH1 and SH2 playthroughs compared to those done a year and a half ago? Yeah. Again, if you weren't here from the beginning of the playthrough, I know it's like 12 and a half hours ago now. Watch from the very beginning. Literally the first thing that I talk about in the bathroom at the very start of this playthrough is new information. Something new that I didn't know about. Yes, this will be archived on Twitch. It'll probably eventually make its way to YouTube. The thing is, I don't have a YouTube channel. I hate using YouTube. I did it for like a little while and then stopped because it was such a fucking headache. But there's a YouTuber that re-uploads a lot of my content, who asked for my permission to re-upload that stuff. So, Sci-Fi Guy, aka Dorian House, re-uploads a lot of my story playthroughs and stuff. So it'll probably eventually make its way onto YouTube and get an upload over there. But it will be archived here on Twitch indefinitely as well. It'll be part of the Silent Hill playlist. If you type !VOD in chat, you can get a link to my collections page, where I archive all my Silent Hill stuff here on Twitch, which, if you've only known my stuff through YouTube, there's way more stuff in my collection here on Twitch that never made it onto YouTube. So it's like a 250 something hour playlist, and it's going to be even longer by the time we're done with all these story playthroughs this week and next week. lighter. Gonna need some other stuff. But the lighter is an important part. Oh yeah. You okay in there? That sounded like a pretty bad fall. All right. What is about the jump scare? Scary, unexpected thing. Silent Hill is very, very scarce with jump scares like that, so they throw the occasional one in just to be an effective scare. Unlike a lot of other horror games that rely on jump scares so often, you get tired of them after the first, 10 minutes where they cram 30 jump scares in all at once. God. There's still a lot of games like that. So many. Anybody who watched like my Layers of Fear 2 playthroughs, those kinds of games, Outlast, Five Nights at Freddy, even stuff like that, yeah. But there's a lot of games that did the Layers of Fear type jump scare of here's a room. Here's an item in the room that catches your attention. You walk over to that item, you interact with the thing, and then you turn around, and then everything is different, and then something jump scares you. And you repeat that ad nauseum, room after room after room. At least Layers of Fear had the baby bonking the wall repeatedly. Yeah. And at least Layers of Fear 2, every once in a while, Tony Todd would whisper sweet nothings into my ear. But those are still really shitty games. Oh, my favorite save point. Prison toilet. Sometimes there's shit in the Uranus. Say what? That sometimes there's shit in the Uranus. Know how sometimes I said there's shit outside of the turlet? I think that's how there's shit gets into the Uranus. What the hell's that from? Ironborn Witch got it. It's a reference to Letterkenny. Love that show. You know, there's actually some like weird spooky masks on this little shelf here. Like there's some creepy looking mask things that you can't actually see without cam hacking right here. One of those things that we saw on the hacking stream with Necrorun, I believe. Hey, the hunting rifle. The worst gun in the game. It's bad? Pretty fucking bad. The shotgun is better in every way. So, here's the thing. Shotgun holds 6 shots. You can move with it. So you can actually be close enough to an enemy while pumping rounds into them and moving back to a safe distance. And if you're close enough to hit with the full spread, you're getting a lot of damage out of each shot. Hunting rifle, only 4 shots. You are locked in place when you try to aim it. It's incredibly slow when you try to move with it and reload. And the kicker is the damage point, like where the damage starts from the model of the gun, is at the absolute tip of the barrel, which is pretty far out in front of you. And you're locked in place trying to fire at enemies that are usually moving towards you. And if an enemy moves close enough to you to where it's clipping into the rifle that you're holding out in front of you, it's possible to fire a shot that comes out behind the enemy you're trying to shoot and misses them entirely. This is the worst rifle in the series. Magazine here. I've never seen it before. It's probably a locally published magazine. Toluca Lake, the town's main tourist attraction. This clear, beautiful lake has another side as well. It may seem like just a typical ghost story that you might find in any number of old towns across the country, but in this case the legend is true. On a fog-bound November day in 1918, the Little Baroness, a ship filled with tourists, failed to return to port. A newspaper article from back then simply says, "It most likely sunk for some reason." Despite an extensive police search, not a single fragment of the ship, nor any of the 14 bodies of passengers or crew, has ever been recovered to this day. In 1939, an even stranger incident occurred. There are many pages torn out. Many corpses rest at the bottom of this lake. Their bony hands reach up towards the boats that pass overhead. Perhaps they reach for their comrades. So the same way Silent Hill 4 kind of took the note and bit of information about Walter Sullivan from this game and kind of spun it off into the main plot of Silent Hill 4. This little article about the Little Baroness was spun off into the main plot of the Silent Hill arcade game. That's what the arcade game completely revolves around, is the Little Baroness and its mysterious disappearance and what happened in 1918. As said, I'll try to do an arcade playthrough sometime next week after I get through all the main series games. It's honestly not bad for what it is. I like it. It's not like a good story or Silent Hill game. It's got some of the worst acting in it in the series. But like it's a rail shooter with a bunch of Silent Hill settings. Pyramid Head was there. Yes, he was. He's there. He shows up. But like, I don't know, for just a cheesy arcade game, a rail shooter with a bunch of Silent Hill monsters and stages that you get to go through, it's interesting. It's House of the Dead with Silent Hill monsters and settings with a very loose plot of things happened on a boat. Down again? Not quite yet. We've got to go find some other stuff before we can go further down. So, let's go explore the rest of the prison. Has a UFO ending, so it's an official Silent Hill game. God, I wish the UFO ending was accessible on the unofficial PC port. I really hope someday someone figures out a way to enable that. Because the problem is, you have to be able to use a New Game Plus playthrough of the arcade game in order to get the UFO ending. But to do New Game Plus, you need an eMusement Pass card that saves your progress when you're playing it on an actual arcade cabinet. And there's no way to like emulate that eMusement Pass or the unofficial PC port. So you can't really do New Game Plus, and you can't get the UFO ending. There's a lot of stuff that doesn't really work on the port, because it's just like, it was a project that a bunch of fans just kind of did on their own time. One guy bought the arcade machine and opened up the cabinet, and it's basically running on a Windows PC, a Windows-based operating system PC. So they took that hard drive and dumped its contents, and another group of fans took those contents that were uploaded to the internet and made them kind of work with consumer-grade Windows operating systems. So it's not like it's an emulation. It's technically running on a Windows-based operating system by running on your computer, just not the one that it was made to run on. And since it was just fans like getting this stuff kind of rigged up to work, it's not an official port. So I that's why I call it like an unofficial PC port, because it's not an arcade emulation running it. It's its own weird setup to make it work. Pardon me. Tablet of the Seductress. Pardon me. Alright. So I want to talk about these tablets so far, because the first one, right in the room where we find Eddie, we find the tablet of the Gluttonous Pig. It fits his character pretty obviously, and I don't think there's a whole lot of debate about what it represents out of our main characters. But for a long time, like, I viewed the Seductress tablet a little differently. Metal tablet with Seductress drawn on one side, found it in the shower room. And I always kind of looked at this from the standpoint of, like, Maria. That makes sense. She's supposed to be sort of sexy, seductress type, but very surface level. Kind of thinking about it is not quite enough, I think. Because Maria's not real. And everything at this point is more applying to our real characters, James, Eddie, and Angela. So, most likely, this is more of a reference to Angela, even though she isn't really going out of her way to seduce anyone. She's still the recipient of that unwanted sexual attention, whether it be through the abuse of her father. So there's a lot of different ways, I think, to kind of look at interpreting this, because yeah, for a long time I thought it best applied to Maria, and then over time it kind of started leaning more towards this making more sense for Angela. So we've got one more tablet to go and find. Represent James. Yeah, found in the shower. It really adds to that. Oh, I gotta kill the lying figures so we can hear the invisible man. Ritual. There you are. There we go. Notice no radio static. The radio is going nuts whenever there's monsters nearby, manifestations, enemies. And once you kill all the lying figures, no more radio static, even though you can hear something stomping around and saying ritual. Even stranger is the sound that it makes when attacked. Sounds very human. Yeah, there's even blood. Even though there's not actually a model of anything there. Wiki had the theory that he's saying, "Are you sure?" backwards, referencing the ritual ending. So this is another one of those audio things that I was curious about. The same way, like, I talked about the scream in the apartments. How it's a male scream and a baby scream put together. The reason why I discovered that is because I ripped all the audio from this game a long time ago. Ran it through some software to be able to analyze it closer, pitch shift it, run it through filters to try to normalize it, and hear what the original audio was before it was altered and then put into the game. So I've done that for this as well. I should honestly do that again at some point and then save those audio files so that I can share them with you guys during these playthroughs. But when you take that audio and you correct the pitch shifting and sort of undo those effects that are layered onto it and play it at the correct speed, it sounds like somebody with a very kind of Japanese accent, or a slight Japanese accent, saying ritual. It doesn't sound like "Are you sure?" It doesn't sound like "You too." Like, it's ritual. And it makes even more sense when you examine this cell. So out of all of the cells that you can enter in, just take a look at this one. Books are scattered all over the bed and floor. Black Magic from the Abyss, Resurrection of the Dead, Chronicle of Agrippa, Manuscript of the Iron Rings. I guess I shouldn't worry about these too much. So the cult itself does not play much of a role at all in Silent Hill 2. But I like that they still have this to insinuate its presence, even as far back as the 1800s when the prison existed. There were cultists, you know, that were being persecuted, as we learned from Jennifer Carroll's statue. And some somewhat familiar looking occult symbols on the walls here. Sort of early prototype versions of the Seal of Metatron and even the Halo of the Sun. Now this will change drastically by the time you get to the point of the cult in Silent Hill 3. It's a very distinct 3 circles and different runes, different structure to it, but this is kind of like an early prototype version of it. Remember, this is the 1800s version of the cult beliefs that we're seeing here. So they make mention of that in Silent Hill 3, how no religion stays the same over time. It's constantly evolving and changing in little ways, and that makes more and more of a noticeable difference over long periods of time. So to take something from 1700s, 1800s, what the early cultists were believing, what their cult symbols looked like, and then seeing how that evolves over a few hundred years into what we see in like Silent Hill 1, Silent Hill 3, makes a lot of sense that, you know, it would be different over that long amount of time. And I just think it's cool showing that you have these occultists and the cult existing this early in the history of Silent Hill. On Sacrifice and the Art of Demon Summoning, Tome of the Seer, The Feast of the Succubi, The Fallen Angels of Mercy and Favor. And a wax doll. Another item we very much need. Doll carved from wax, lying in the cell. We've got a lighter, we've got a wax doll. We still need one more tablet. And then we can go and get our final item and move on to the next nonsensical segment of this area. Gross. Yeah, glad you can join for one, Xanix. I'm just happy to be doing better in life, doing better mentally to where I can get back to doing Silent Hill stuff and, like, actually enjoying it again. Because, yeah, for a long time, I was dealing with a lot of rough stuff, and a lot of things in life put me in a really bad mental state for the last, like, 2 years or so, where streaming and stuff was really, really difficult for me, and I started feeling like a lot of my passion and love for some of my favorite games was dying out. So I had to take that long break. I know a lot of people were very disappointed about that, but I'm glad I did it, because now I can feel good about coming back to it, legitimately enjoy it again. It makes such a difference, you know. So, thank you for being here. Thank all of you for being here and hanging out and just enjoying this. Keeping me company, giving me some good discussion, having some good laughs, and enjoying some of my favorite games with me. Really appreciate it. How do you feel about Resident Evil being in Dead by Daylight? We'll see. Once the chapter comes out, we'll see what the map is, we'll see what the killer is, we'll see what survivor we get, we'll see what perks they have. Otherwise, until then, I don't know. I think it's cool. I think it's surprising it didn't happen sooner, but now it's there. We finally get the Resident Evil Silent Hill crossover we've always wanted, and it's in Dead by Daylight of all things. There are blood-stained clothes here. Okay. Can't do this room just yet. We need to go get our last tablet. Did Dead by Daylight's the smash of horror media? Yep. I've made the exact same comparison multiple times on stream when I'm doing DBD. That's kind of what it's become. If you would have told me back in like 2016 when DBD launched and I was playing it and there was 4 survivors, 3 killers, 9 maps. That was it. That was the whole game. If you would have told me, like, back then, travel back in time and be like, there's going to be Silent Hill stuff, there's going to be Resident Evil stuff, Michael Myers, Freddy Krueger, Leatherface, Amanda from Saw, you know, all of these sort of things, Ash Williams, voiced by Bruce Campbell. I would not have believed you. I would have been like, this tiny little indie small studio game, the guys who made fucking Naughty Bear are gonna get all these giant horror franchises together in this game? I would not have believed you. "436 people at a recital." Very nice, very nice. Beautiful artwork. They made Naughty Bear? Yeah, a lot of the people who were on the original DVD staff were, their main project before that was Naughty Bear. There's some interesting artwork in here, but this is the main one to focus on. Burning Man. So Burning Man is depicting the hotel where James and Mary stayed when they were here on vacation. Where we're heading to. We're progressing to this exact spot. And it is depicted as burning. So it's interesting that you get this hint by looking at the artwork that this place should be burned down. It would be all messed up by the time you get to it, just like most places are in Silent Hill when you get to them. But when you get to them, it looks fine. And James specifically is like, it looks just like it did years ago. Which is like the last holdout of his delusions, his false reality. And then when he comes to terms with the truth during that segment of the game, we see the hotel as it actually is. Really interesting. I like that they start alluding to these things in these ways. Hotel here is really obviously the wireframe from the game. Like this was taken from their design documents. Maybe with like some filters applied over it to kind of make it look a little bit more sketch like style. Excuse me. All right, we got to move on. Sleep is coming, and we've still got a lot to look at and talk about. Ritual. So here's our tablet of the oppressor. Metal tablet with the oppressor drawn on one side, found in the cell. Shows a male figure seemingly reaching to strangle or grope or both a female figure. So we've got our tablet representing Eddie, our tablet representing Angela, possibly Maria, and our tablet representing James. And this freaked me out. This freaked me out a lot when I was younger and playing this game for the first time. Not only was I already pretty freaked out by the prison, which made me pretty tense getting through this area, but then you get into this cell and you pick that up and the iron bar door is tightly closed and I can't force it open. I got to this point and I start looking through my inventory. I'm like, I don't have any keys. there's magazines, nothing of interest. There's got to be like a key or something in here to get out of this cell. Like, maybe I missed something that I was supposed to pick up. Am I stuck here? Oh God, do I need to reload a save? And then it lets you out. Really simple little kind of trick to play on the player, but super effective. Very, very effective. Because I can remember feeling pretty panicked getting into that cell and being like, oh God, I'm going to have to reload a save. I'm stuck in here. I needed to pick up something to get me out of here. And now I just trapped in here. And I don't remember when I last saved. I'm going to have to redo all this stuff and go through this prison again. And then, oh, it opened. So, now got place for our 3 tablets. Sounds in this area. We're about to pick up a horseshoe. We have this big open sort of field area, dirt room. And that sound. Sounds a lot like horses. And I've always wondered if that's like a reference to being drawn and quartered by horses as a means of execution. Being tied to multiple horses, usually 2 horses, that are then sent off running in opposite directions to rip people apart. I give you blood to atone for the 3 sins, is written on top of the engraving. Beneath the engraving are 3 square depressions. God. Did people actually get ripped apart by that? That was a real thing that people used to be... That is a real way that people used to be executed. Tied to horses and ripped apart when the horses run in opposite directions. 3 nooses. Up top. When you think about James, Angela, and Eddie all being murderers, regardless of circumstance, these are all common execution methods in the past for people who were murderers. And we have these 3 tablets representing our 3 characters, and we have some very funny looking fall animations to lighten the mood a little bit. 2 pyramid heads with a central figure holding their spears for skewering, death by skewering, that there was foreshadowing of with the paintings back at the beginning of the prison segment. Tablet of the Oppressor. Tablet of the Gluttonous Pig. Tablet of the Seductress. And that scream. and that sort of sound, almost like the noose dropping with someone in it. Then as you go to leave, a horseshoe. More like torn apart rather than hanged. Also very possible. Going in theme with the drawn quarter. And yeah, that's true. Being dropped from gallows, you don't really get to do a whole lot of screaming unless it really fucks up. But okay, we got our 3 items needed. Horseshoe, lighter, wax doll. So now it's time to go even further down. We went down a very long staircase. We've dropped down holes. We've wound up sort of deeper and deeper into nonsensical areas that are from the past and should not exist, in layouts and geometries that do not and should not exist. So now we use the lighter to melt the wax and place the horseshoe in the wax and allow the wax to dry in order to form a handle to open up this door and drop in, going even further into madness. Oh no, it's definitely not a very realistic thing that would really work, but nothing in this sort of segment of the game really makes any sort of sense in any kind of realistic way. Like the very faint music here. Looks like the lock is broken. I can't open it. As I approach the door, I get a whiff of some rotten smell coming from inside. So when I was going through Silent Hill 1, there's a room where you pick up the Star of David item, and like in the nowhere near the area near the end of the game, and it's like a long room with hospital beds on either side, or like morgue tables, mortuary tables on either side, and covered bodies. And I talked about how when I was younger, I was expecting that to be a situation where you would have to go past all those bodies, pick up the item that you need, and then there would be like enemies after the fact, because that's the kind of thing that like Resident Evil and a lot of other horror games at that time would do. Force you into a situation to get a necessary item and then give you like a big fight or like a bunch of enemies that you have to run from or fight to get away with the item that you needed. And I thought very much the same of this room when I first played this game. I started looking at all these legs and feet and things sticking around, and the one on the table, and I was fully expecting this to be a situation of like, I'm going to move through here and these are going to be lying figures that are going to like come at me. Nope. Just some dead bodies. Did that just move, or was it only my imagination? Fuck with me, James. They don't move. I wish they would. That would be like an extra layer of creepy if they gave it just like the slightest animation. A horrible smell is coming from the hole. The corpse smells nauseatingly of rotten flesh. A corpse smelling like rotten flesh. Smell. God. In the hole. I didn't see that. What? Didn't see what? Can't see it. Can't see what you didn't see. This corpse? Into this hole? I have a map of this area. I think this is the corpse disposal chute. There's a hole in the floor. I can't see the bottom. How far does this thing go? Descending yet again, even further. Music starting to ramp up, get more intense. Yet another hole. James's exact reaction. Another hole. Do I really have to drop through it? Yeah, you do. Technically, you can say no. But I love the way they force you to sort of do, like, it's your choice, but technically you don't have a choice. They make you make the decision to do this. And as if we have not descended far enough down, even after all that. Now we're going to get on an elevator. And it's not going up. Could also be James's descent into hell, if you want to view it that way. Yeah, I agree with more of the descent into insanity. Not even necessarily James's insanity, but just like all of the logic of reality has just completely broken down by this point of the game. And now we have the labyrinth. Can't get through here because of the wire stretched across the path. But we've got some cool things to go pick up here. A very familiar room we need to go visit. Yeah, he has a chainsaw. Here's where the mandarins show up again. Somebody asked earlier about that, if they spawn anywhere else other than after Brookhaven when you're running across town. Here they are. There he goes. I love this camera angle when you first enter this room. Cages, corpses, upside down. Very similar to the final boss of this game and the way that she appears. Masahiro Ito talking about all these different elements of the enemy design representing Mary and her illness and being stuck essentially in her hospital bed. The room itself looks like a hospital room, and it was the background of the Pyramid Head portrait that we saw in the very first part of the Historical Society before the long staircase descent. We've picked up the great knife. A lot of fans like to argue about, we even talked a little bit, not really argue, but talked a little bit earlier about if there's a distinction between like Pyramid Head, Red Pyramid Thing, because James calls Pyramid Head, Red Pyramid Thing in this game. Read the item description. Great knife. Massive weapon wielded by Red Pyramid Thing. Triangle face. No. Pyramid Head. Hard to use, but lethal. Turn slower. It's so heavy. Almost like the weight of the burden of murdering my wife is a physical item. Now play the rest of the game like this. Challenge accepted. Pyramid Head might intercept me here. He absolutely is. I gotta take the long way around. Oh yeah, for those who don't follow Techie, UFO Techie on Twitch, he has done entire runs where he hacks this item into his inventory at the very beginning of the game and plays the entire game with this. How long does his runs last? I mean, Techie's a professional speedrunner. He blazes through the game with the Great Knife in a solid 3-4 hours? Something like that? Tell the rumor of the Great Knife that... Yeah, we talked about it earlier. For anybody who missed it. There's an old, not true rumor that if you turned off your flashlight and dragged around the Great Knife, that enemies would flee from you. Maybe they saw this part, but they didn't realize that's just their normal movement. But yeah, there was a rumor that monsters would think you're Pyramid Head if you dragged the knife around with your flashlight off, and that they would avoid you. Would have been kind of cool. Not true. I'm on hard riddles, right? Yeah. So this is randomized. Got it.
You're alive! Maria, I thought that thing killed you. Are you hurt bad?
Not at all, silly.
Maria? That thing, it stabbed you. There was blood everywhere.
Stabbed me? What do you mean?
It chased us to the elevator, and then...
James, what are you talking about?
Just before. Don't you remember?
James, honey, did something happen to you? After we got separated in that long hallway? Are you confusing me with someone else? You were always so forgetful. Remember that time in the hotel?
Maria?
You said you took everything. But you forgot that videotape we made. I wonder if it's still there.
How do you know about that? Aren't you Maria?
I'm not your Mary.
So, you're Maria?
I am. If you want me to be.
All I want from you is an answer.
It doesn't matter who I am. I'm here for you, James. See? I'm real.
Fuck. I forgot about that. Fuck. That's the same part of the intro movie that breaks as well, and I still don't know why that breaks. Time to speed run some stuff. Yeah. Are we? Right after the elevator? Yeah. Okay. Enhanced Edition have 60 FPS support? Yeah, it's running in 60 FPS. See, I'm real. God, that's so frustrating. It's such a good cutscene. I wish it would just work right. All right, we just gotta go. I'm gonna try to fix this and maybe redo this last segment of the game, or we'll do a whole nother story playthrough another day if I can get this issue sorted. But we kind of need to wrap it up anyway, so I can get some sleep, and we'll get to Silent Hill 3 later tonight. I mean, it is just a video file. It's a different video file than the base version, since the Enhanced Edition is using formatted video files for the widescreen and all of that. But I completely re-downloaded it because it gave me issues before, and it still is giving me issues. It's just really frustrating. I hate like ruining the whole flow of the playthrough for stuff that just breaks like that. Silent Hill 1 is kind of the same way. Like, I love how it looks on Duck Station, but it's got those crash points where you have to like, all right, let me pause and break the flow of the game and change the settings so that we can get around these crash points. It's just frustrating. I'm going to try to work out a lot of these issues. We'll redo these at some point anyway. I plan on playing them again. I could just stream the YouTube video. I mean, if we're going to do that, like, just watch my old story playthroughs where stuff works, right? Okay. Well, we've got some story stuff here to talk about. There's a newspaper on the ground. So it's been a little while since we've seen Angela. When we met Angela in the apartments and had that whole interaction with her, I kind of talked a little bit about her backstory, how she wound up in Silent Hill, and she left behind a knife that had blood on it. So now we're gonna get into Angela's backstory and a lot more detail about what happened to her, what's brought her here, what her trauma is, and yeah, fair warning here. Trigger warnings for all of the triggers: sexual abuse and incest and worse. This is pretty intense and disturbing. So, fair warning. If you're here after all this time anyway, you should already be ready for it. Newspaper. It's stained with something that looks like blood and is partially illegible. But this is another one of those things that's missing a lot of text and words that are blocked out. There's no way in-game to unlock these by, like, playing on New Game Plus or unlocking it in any way. But you can unblock these in the, like, the files of the game, the game data as what is filled out there. So I will be reading all of this off of my notes, where you don't have to worry about the blocked out segments. Ninja Nooblet, thank you so much for the Prime sub. Thank you. I appreciate the support. Welcome. Enjoy the emotes. I do not put my stuff on YouTube. I don't use YouTube, but I archive it all here on Twitch. You can type !VOD, and there's a channel on YouTube called Sci-Fi Guy or Dorian House. They're the only person who's approached me and asked permission to re-upload stuff to YouTube. So some videos are up on YouTube, on Sci-Fi Guy's channel, Dorian House's channel. But anybody else other than that uploads them without my permission, and I myself do not use YouTube. I focus on Twitch. Twitch saves archives indefinitely if you highlight them and put them in collections. So that's what I have done. You can type !VOD for a link to all of those collections and playlists from over the years. It's like 260 hours of Silent Hill stuff from over the last few years. And we're going to be adding a lot more to it this week and next week, going through the games again. So, the body of a man, later identified as Thomas Orozco, lumberjack, age 39, was discovered in the middle of his room, lying face up. are my notes being weird? The probable cause of death was multiple stab wounds to the front of the neck and the left side of the torso by a sharp-edged weapon. The estimated time of death was somewhere between 11 p.m. and 12:30 midnight. Due to signs of struggle in the room and the lack of a murder weapon, police are considering this a homicide and have opened a murder investigation. Furthermore, given the fact the cash in the room was untouched and Mr. Orozco had a history of drunkenness and violence, the police suspect that the motive was not robbery, but some sort of crime of passion. So, Thomas Orozco. We got this knife from Angela Orozco. Thomas Orozco was found stabbed and dead, lying face up. The blade is stained with something red. That's Thomas's blood. So, getting into Angela's trauma and her reason for being in Silent Hill. Angela was sexually abused and raped by her father, and it's insinuated also her brother at some point. And her mother, most likely a victim of this same type of abuse, allowed these things to happen, and in fact would tell Angela that she deserved it. When Angela finally was old enough and graduated high school after this lifetime of abuse up to that point, she attempted to run away from home, but Thomas Orozco, in a drunken rage, went out, found Angela after she ran away, dragged her back home, and attempted to rape her again. Only this time, Angela was not having it. She stabbed him to death. This time, she ran away again and eventually found her way to Silent Hill, which is where we encounter her. So that is Angela's trauma, stemming from this horrible abuse from her father. And that abuse, that sexual abuse, is now going to be represented in the form of the abstract daddy. And this is the perfect example of how perception between multiple characters works when it comes to the town's manifestations. The manifestations are not like illusions. They're not like imaginary. They're real. They are physically made real by the town, but the way people see them is different. Everybody perceives things differently. So James has never met Thomas Orozco. He does not know who Thomas Orozco is or what he looks like. So he does not see this manifestation as Thomas Orozco. He sees what the manifestation represents to Angela, combined with something from his own mind. The bed frame representing Mary's hospital bed, and two figures, a larger human figure over a smaller, more slender figure, sort of stuck in flesh-like sheets inside of this bed frame. So we'll see that creature the way that James perceives it, but for Angela, she most likely sees it as her father, Thomas Orozco, based on how she reacts to it. Newspapers are scattered all over the walls and floor. There seems to be nothing of interest, but this one has today's date. That's kind of strange. Bilbus, thank you for the resub. Very much appreciated. Thank you, thank you. Welcome back.
Are you okay? Angela, relax.
Don't order me around!
I'm not trying to order you.
So what do you want then? Oh, I see. You're trying to be nice to me, right? I know what you're up to. It's always the same. You're only after one thing.
No, that's not true at all.
You don't have to lie. Go ahead and say it. Or you could just force me. Beat me up like he always did. You only care about yourself anyway. You disgusting pig.
Angela.
Don't touch me! You make me sick. You said your wife Mary was dead, right?
Yes. She was ill.
Liar! I know about you. You didn't want her around anymore. You probably found someone else.
That's ridiculous. I never.
So yeah, super intense scene with Angela. What's up with the holes and things in it? So everything about this is all specifically designed to insinuate the abuse that Angela endured, the idea of these flesh-like walls and floors, these flesh-like holes with metallic looking pistons, giving the impression that it is like a foreign object being inserted and removed and inserted, moved. Everything insinuating exactly what we just discussed. And once again, we've got James sort of being forced into thinking about what he's done and his situation with Mary as well. He starts to kind of confront it, but he always kind of trails off. You know, that's ridiculous. I never... But he doesn't really finish the thought. The TV Angela threw on Daddy became a box. Old TVs were boxes. You can see in the top, like, right of it on the back is where there's, like, plugs for connectors. Yeah. Right, so we've got a fun puzzle, bunch of hanging bodies, the most fun you could possibly have. Only the Sinless One can help you here. Mistakenly pull on a criminal's rope, and your reward will be returned to you in a shape most wondrously
thanks.
strange. Doggo Disappointer, thank you so much for the $5. Monsters? They look like monsters to you? Save it. That'll be later tonight. That's like 9 hours from now. If I manage to finish this up and get a little sleep, we'll hopefully still be playing Silent Hill 3. 3 might wind up getting delayed depending on how much sleep I get and how things go once we wrap this up. But thank you so much for the $5. I very, very much appreciate it. So mistakenly pull on a criminal's rope and your reward will be returned to you in a shape most wondrously strange. They make that sound a lot cooler than it actually is. Like, I want to see something wondrously strange. If you pull the wrong rope, it puts a couple of lying figures in the hallway in between the rooms to solve the puzzle. It's like a minor inconvenience. Sleep when you're dead, already dead, way ahead of you. So here we go. I do not wish to die, but tomorrow I will climb the 13 steps. 13 steps leading up to the noose on the gallows that we saw in the prison. Please, someone, answer me. Why must I die come the morning? The man imprisoned beside me believed me. Because they're all insane, that's why, he said. Of course, I know his opinion will change nothing. Now you know why I struck out at them, he muttered. The man who was executed yesterday, the one who had said his job was to sell dreams, said that was not true. But the man who is to be executed the day after tomorrow for stealing children, shouted back that it was true. The man who is hanged today did not answer. They'll kill me either way, he said. He was caught embezzling public money, so he hasn't any hope for mercy. The man who's always quietly smiling to himself said, I am happy, for I will soon be with her. I do not wish to die. I long only to return home. But I know it is not to be. Though I have done nothing, this crime has been thrust upon me. Someone save me. This is not judgment. They are bloodthirsty, and I am their sacrificial lamb. So, we have to figure out who is the innocent man out of these 6 and pull the rope that belongs to the innocent man. So we do this by process of elimination. He lists off who the other supposedly guilty prisoners are that are with him and what their crimes are without saying directly kind of what they are. Except for, like, the embezzler. So we have to figure out from the context of the poem or the writing which of these 5 match with the descriptions of the 5 and which one remaining would be the innocent one. Any idea where you can get a PC copy of the game? Can't find it anywhere. The internet. Good luck. His face is covered with a piece of paper. There's something written on it. This man was hanged for the crime of swindling. Justice and revenge have been served. So, swindler. This man was hanged for the crime of murder. Justice and revenge have been served. Swindler, murderer. This man was hanged for the crime of counterfeiting. Justice and revenge have been served. So, counterfeiter. This man was hanged for the crime of kidnapping. This man was hanged for the crime of embezzlement. Oh my God, look at the face, James. Man was hanged for the crime of bodily injury. So, he mentioned the prisoner who says, "That's why I lashed out at them." Bodily injury. The one who was caught embezzling. The one who was caught stealing children. So these 3 are all mentioned in the writing. None of these are the author. The innocent man. Counterfeiting. Murder. This is the one smiling to himself, saying he'll be with her soon. And swindling. So between swindling and counterfeiting, we have the author, and we have the one that's described as the one selling dreams. I've always felt like it kind of comes down to these 2, where you really have to guess, is that the swindler or the counterfeiter? Swindling seems a little bit more in line with somebody selling people dreams and then taking their money and running, swindling them out of their money, which leaves us with the counterfeiter. Let's see if we're right. Would be the counterfeiter's rope. And this angle made to imply James looks like he's pulling the noose down for himself. In that expression. There we are. The innocent man's rope has been pulled. He's been set free. And in his place, we find the key of the persecuted. And the paper that was covering the corpse's face is left lying there. Can't turn the handle unless I remove the handcuffs. That's our key of the persecuted, the handcuff key, left behind by the prisoner who was wrongly executed. Do you think those 6 corpses actually harbor spirits of the dead people? I mean, I don't think any of this is essentially real at this point. We're how many holes deep into madness and insanity, running through a labyrinth to even get to this point? Possibly some little remnant of history from prisoners that were involved in the prison itself. But none of this really should exist right now. I think this is all just manifested by the town. Why the hell is Angela here? Same reason Eddie is. All kind of on the same journey. Everyone is being forced to face up to their trauma. Speaking of being forced to face things that they don't want to think about, and being reminded of the truth. So, this is the door that leads into the jail cell where we saw Maria.
Maria? Maria? Maria, no! What happened to you? Why? Why? Mary.
Is a representation of James's lust being killed? This is the town just straight up trying to remind him, you killed your wife. See this lady that looks just like your wife? She now suddenly looks very similar to the way Mary did after her disease. Laying in a very hospital-like bed directly under James. This is just the town forcing him to confront what he's been trying to ignore and has developed this whole delusion that he's been trying to use as his reality ever since he got to the town. So it's just being forced onto him. The town is forcing him to face up to what he did. Notice he doesn't say Maria when he leaves that situation. He says Mary. It's finally starting to get into his head. The delusion's breaking down. It's taken a lot to get James to face up to this, but it's finally starting to sink in. There's nothing else for me in this room. There's nothing more that I can do here. I don't want to, but I'll have to just leave her here like this. Did Silent Hill also manifest the chair for him to sit on? Because the chair wasn't the same one Maria was sitting on. Like I said, none of this should exist right now. This is all manifested. We walked into a historical society that was a one-floor building with a back door that should have gone straight to a boat dock. And look where we are. Look what all we had to get here. Where do you think the chair came from? James certainly didn't bring it with him. He's not Murphy Pendleton running around carrying chairs. And now, of course, we have the good old indoor cemetery, which makes perfect sense. The Silent Hill arcade game has a boss fight in this room. Hey, Tizzy. Thank you. I appreciate it. I'm glad to be streaming this stuff again. Sorry if I sound a little more off than I did earlier, but I did a 14 and a half hour Silent Hill 1 stream, got about 5 hours of sleep, came back. I'm now 14 hours into Silent Hill 2. I'm probably gonna get another small handful of hours of sleep and then do 3 a little bit later. And I'm a little frustrated because, like, stuff keeps breaking. Silent Hill 1 with Duck Station had a bunch of crash points that gotta figure out how to deal with better than just, like, breaking the flow of the game and changing a bunch of settings, disabling stuff and all that. This game's got a bunch of, well, 2 very important cutscenes that break for no real reason, and I tried to fix them. They worked earlier, and now they don't. So I'm just at that point where I'm kind of a little tired, a little frustrated. I'm sorry. But I do still really appreciate everybody sticking through all this with me and being patient with all the issues. As said, we'll go through and redo a lot of this stuff once I figure out how to fix these issues. Demo Games, thank you so much for the Prime sub. Welcome to the NubZombs. Enjoy the emotes. I really appreciate the support. Thank you, thank you. Save, and let's take a look at some of these tombstones. We're going to see some familiar names. A few little other interesting things to speculate on. The name on the tombstone is too scratched up to read. An epitaph is inscribed here. This felon drank one last bottle of ale before he was executed, and laid here to his eternal rest. Okay. The name on the tombstone is too scratched up to read.
Thanks.
More Like Machines, thank you so much for the $10. Thanks for sticking it out. Hey, thank you guys for, as said, keeping me company throughout all this. I wouldn't do this if not for you guys. Like, it would be such a different approach and experience to what I do with these games, like just kind of on my own. I still play them and research them and stuff like that, but being able to do this and share it with you guys is such a great experience. And I'm so blessed and honored to have been able to be doing it, especially for this long. You know, I started doing the Silent Hill streams in 2015. I had no idea. I never planned on like getting partnered on Twitch. I never streamed with aspirations of getting like a big channel and things like that. And seriously, this community has just come together and been so amazing over the years. And the fact that I'm still able to be here doing this is all thanks to you guys. Thank you. Seriously, thank you so much. There's a name inscribed on the tombstone. Miriam K. Traitor. I have no idea. There are so many things out there alluding to who this Miriam K. Traitor is supposed to be. Some Hawaiian princess that was supposed to marry into some other country and didn't, so she was viewed as a traitor to the Japanese people, something like that. Was like the closest thing to anything I found out on the internet that made any sort of sense. And even then, what does that have to do with like anything else? I have no idea. I wish I had a better answer to give for Miriam K. This is one of those things that stumped me for a very long time, and even the answers that I've sort of found through other fans and research and stuff are unsatisfying answers at best. Dorian, thank you for the 200 bits. Seriously, thank you so much. Very much appreciate it. Name on the tombstone, too scratched up to read. I can tell you about Miriam K. Is it the Hawaiian princess? Is it the Hawaiian princess story? Maybe someone on the localization team got cheated on. Maybe it's an ex-girlfriend of Jeremy Blaustein. Var, thank you so much for the $10. No, you are the man. Guess I can't tell you anything new about Miriam K then? Yeah, I already know the story of Miriam Toluca Lake, whatever that long, hard to pronounce Hawaiian last name is. The Hawaiian princess who was supposed to marry and was viewed as a traitor to the Japanese people. Maybe that is the reference. And as said, even if it is, I don't understand the significance that has in this room of tombstones, where the only other legible names are our main characters and Walter Sullivan. Var, thank you so much again for the 10. Thank you guys, seriously, just for being here. Thank you, thank you. Someone tweet Ito? Nobody tweet Ito. Leave him alone. Leave us both the hell alone. There's a name inscribed on the tombstone. James Sunderland. And it's also the open grave, which will be descending down even further than we already have, literally into our own grave. There's a name inscribed on the tombstone, Angela Orozco. In case you didn't make the Thomas Orozco connection before, with the Angela cutscene and the abstract daddy boss fight, there's that last name, just so you can put that piece of the puzzle together. In case you bought the game and it didn't come with a manual. Because if you have bought the game, like the PS2 version or the Xbox version, and it came with the manual, you can read the manual and find out more about the characters. You learn Angela's last name. You learn about how she ran away from home, wound up in Silent Hill. All that is like listed in their character bios in the original game manual. But if you didn't have all that stuff, they give it right here. And Eddie Dombrowski. There's a deep hole here, but there's nothing inside. So their graves are dug and open, but nothing in them, and they're not just bottomless pits. But ours, time to descend even further. Nope, not even a cutscene, just like a hole that leads to a nonsensical staircase to this dirt hallway. And I love the impression that you get from the visuals here. It's different from the fog and everything that you see around the town and stuff like that. This just looks like if you've ever walked into like a walk-in freezer, you know, that kind of cold, misty air. Can't save. A spot of blood. Another spot of blood. Yeah, these little vents in the walls. Lots of spots of blood. Like, seriously, Johnny Depp killed in Nightmare on Elm Street levels of blood now.
Eddie, what are you doing?
What does it look like? He always busted my balls. You fat, disgusting piece of shit. You make me sick. Fat ass, you're nothing but a waste of skin. You're so ugly, even your mama don't love you. Well, maybe he was right. Maybe I am nothing but a fat, disgusting piece of shit. But you know what? It doesn't matter if you're smart. dumb, ugly, pretty. It's all the same once you're dead. And the corpse can't laugh. From now on, if anyone makes fun of me, I'll kill him. Just like that.
Eddie, have you gone nuts?
I knew it. You too. You're just like him, James.
Hey, I didn't mean anything.
Don't bother. I understand. You've been laughing at me all along, haven't you? Ever since we first met. I'll kill you, James.
Not if I kill you first. Just walk back into my knife. See what happens. So, I talked about Eddie and James and their nightmares, their personal other worlds that they've been dealing with sort of merging together. And here we see that as clearly as it can be represented. Eddie's been going around shooting these manifestations that we see as people that he says are bullying him or looking at him and making fun of him with their eyes. And the corpses have looked fairly distinct, but we got a bit of foreshadowing with that portrait, that painting in the cafeteria where we first saw Eddie after going through the prison, or right before the prison. And it was a corpse that looked like James in the painting. Now, all these corpses that Eddie has killed are all James himself. All him. So we're seeing that recurring theme that's been around since the very start of the game, where James has a desire for punishment. He came to Silent Hill with the intention of killing himself before snapping and then falling into his delusion of looking for Mary and having this letter to look for her. And that thought of suicide has been prevalent throughout the game. And the town has been drawing that from his mind and manifesting it into these corpses that resemble or straight up are James that we've been encountering the whole game. So now we see those corpses resembling James, which is James's part of the nightmare, his other world, combined with Eddie's nightmare and other world, all overlapping. And at this point, the town doesn't even need to manifest anything any longer. It doesn't need a creature to attack these two men, because their own choices and how they've handled things up to this point have now turned them against each other.
Do you know what it does to you, James? When you're hated, picked on, spit on, just because of the way you look, after you've been laughed at your whole friggin' life. That's why I ran away after I killed the dog. Ran away like a scared little girl. Yeah, I killed that dog. It was fun. It tried to chew its own guts out. Finally died all curled up in a ball. Then he came after me. I shot him too, right in the leg. He cried more than the dog. a hard time playing football on what's left of that knee.
You think it's okay to kill people? You need help, Eddie.
Don't get all holy on me, James. This town called you too. You and me are the same. We're not like other people. Don't you know that? Let's party!
All right, Eddie. Let's party. Sidestep to the right from your starting position. Turn just a little bit to the left. It'll put you behind one of these chunks of meat that I don't know what they're supposed to be, if they're cows or what, nondescript large chunks of meat that are made to resemble Eddie. Keep in mind, one of his big personal issues is his weight. He being bullied for being fat. So these things looking like Eddie, like a fat stomach hanging down and cloth attached to the bottom, kind of resembling like his shorts underneath. So the deal with Eddie here, from where you start, sidestep to the right, take partial cover behind the hunk of meat. This will force Eddie to run up and try to punch you instead of shooting you in the open. But you're just behind the meat enough to where he tries to punch you and he punches the meat instead. Gives you time to pump out 2 shotgun shots at close range so that you get full spread damage. Switch to the great knife and hit him with a good strong overhead.
Eddie? Eddie? I killed a human being. A human being. Mary. Did you really die 3 years ago?
No, but at least you're finally starting to get it. And he kills a person, and that's where his mind goes. Mary. And he's finally questioning it. Did you really die 3 years ago? Much more recently. According to Ito, apparently the Great Knife affects the ending you get. It definitely does not. Jokey has taken a look very closely at the game code, see how the endings are determined, the entire formula. Great Knife doesn't play a role in it at all. Angela's knife does, but not Pyramid Head's knife, not the Great Knife. But hey, Jeremy Blaustein thought the Whispers were one of the actors talking to themselves in a booth. So just because they worked on the dev team doesn't mean they know everything. Even the developers themselves don't know absolutely everything about every aspect of the game. Yeah, the whispers were just a generic sound. That was just a stock sound effect off of a sound effect collection. But Jeremy didn't know that. He assumed it was something else. Yeah, it's also been a very long time since they worked on these games. They might misremember or have forgotten a lot of aspects of it. Maybe the Great Knife was originally something that would play into what ending you got that maybe got scrapped by the time the actual release came to be. Weather balloons, swamp gas, solar arrays. So I know we didn't do the Great Knife run, walk, whatever, up to this point. We do have to kind of move things along, but I'm gonna do something here just to kind of show an interesting mechanic in the game. So you see how you move slower? There's no running with the Great Knife. Not only does this slow down your walk speed, but if you leave it equipped when you get into the boat, it slows down the boat speed. Is it possible to hack the game and display the point system that determines the ending? Possibly. I wouldn't be surprised if Jokey has some sort of tool that he's made like that. Don't use paddles, use 2 Great Knives. The amount of time you take on this boat segment, by the way, is part of the results screen. It lets you know exactly how much time you spent rowing across this. And it's going to take a little extra time because we're going extra slow since we had the Great Knife equipped. How long will this take? Not too much longer than normal, but it's an extra like 30 seconds or so. Maybe like an extra minute. There we go. Bowie, thank you so much for the 100 bits. I am quite tired. I am going to crash out so hard. But we're almost done. This is the final area of the game. hotel where James and Mary stayed for vacation years ago before she succumbed to her illness. This place hasn't changed at all in 3 years. Yeah. It has. But James just doesn't see it yet. Little Mermaid music box. Found near water. Fountain in the shape of a bird. No water's coming out of it right now, but a fountain, a place where water would be. Doesn't that imply that there's a Silent Hill where people go and nothing bad happens? Yes. There are times where people go to Silent Hill for vacation, and it's a tourist town, and they're there, and they have a vacation and then go home with no incident. Like, just because of the way the spiritual power works and everything, it doesn't affect everybody just for being here. Now, there is obviously lots and lots of strange things that happen around, and certain events and things make those situations come up more often and become more intense, such as the cult trying to birth a god using a psychic little girl, those kind of things. But it's also implied that, you know, for this town to be built up into what it is, like, there had to be people who live here normally. You know, there had to be tourists who come and have a vacation and go home. But then there's also all this history, the people who wind up in the hospitals, people who, you know, went down on a little baroness and sank to the bottom of the lake. All sorts of things where it didn't work out for them. Our map of the Lakeview Hotel and room 312. Waiting for you. What's this? Room 312. That's the room Mary and I stayed in. Mary, are you there? Or maybe... he's still not quite accepting it. He just trails off on those thoughts. Got a hotel map for guests. Oh, by the way, James's delusion is starting to break down. He killed Eddie. He starts questioning things. Did you really die 3 years ago? Picks up the map, wonders if Mary's waiting for him in the room that they stayed in. Or Mary, or maybe... But I got a letter. A letter from Mary saying that she wants to meet in her special place. This is the letter from Mary. That's definitely her name in her own handwriting on the front of the envelope. There's nothing written on the stationery. It was never real. It was never real. The letter not only goes blank, but the stationery itself will vanish shortly, and eventually the entire envelope will be gone from our inventory. It was never real. It was all part of James's delusion. Got a fish key.
Did I scare you?
Yeah, you did.
You're here to find Mary, aren't you, James? Well, have you?
No. Is that why you're here too?
She's here, isn't she? If you know where she is, tell me. I'm tired of walking.
I wish I knew.
But she said it in her letter.
What letter?
Wanna read it? But don't tell Rachel, okay?
Who's Rachel?
She was our nurse. I took it from her locker.
My dearest Laura, I'm leaving this letter with Rachel to give to you after I'm gone. I'm far away now, in a quiet, beautiful place. Please forgive me for not saying goodbye before I left. Be well, Laura. Don't be too hard on the sisters. And Laura, about James. I know you hate him because you think he isn't nice to me. But please, give him a chance. It's true he may be a little surly sometimes, and he doesn't laugh much. But underneath, he's really a sweet person. Laura, I love you like my very own daughter. If things had worked out differently, I was hoping to adopt you. Happy 8th birthday, Laura. Your friend forever, Mary.
Laura, how old are you?
I turned 8 last week.
So, Mary couldn't have died 3 years ago. Could she really be here? Is this the quiet, beautiful place she was talking about?
Me and Mary talked a lot about Silent Hill. She even showed me all her pictures. She really wanted to come back. That's why I'm here. Maybe you'll get it if you see the other letter. The one, Mary. Huh? I must have dropped it.
Laura!
I gotta find it.
Laura!
So yeah, that letter is not actually voiced in the game. There is voice data of Monica Horgan, the voice actress for Mary and Maria, reading that letter, but it was never actually used for the game. I just had the audio ready to play while we went through the letter itself. It's a little better than me reading it and doing the Mr. Plinkett voice, which I've done as a joke plenty of times, but I figured this time around we'll do the actual letter reading by the voice actress. Big reveal. Mary was alive, wrote that letter. That letter is real, unlike our delusion one that is now disappearing. So Mary was alive last week and wished Laura a happy birthday. She hasn't been dead for 3 years. She's only died in just the last week. This is where we start breaking down James's delusion and piecing together what really happened. Mary was sick for 3 years. She didn't die 3 years ago. She's been ill for 3 years. And James has been suffering through that slow decline towards her inevitable death. Eventually, her condition was so poor, she was sent home, basically for her final moments. And James mothered her to death with a pillow. He spent a few days after that sort of dealing with that and figuring out what happens next, and decided he wanted to kill himself. So he puts his wife Mary's body in the backseat of his car, drives back to the last place that they were happy together before she got sick, their vacation to that quiet little town, their special place, Silent Hill, with the intention of driving into Toluca Lake to take his own life, right alongside his wife's body in the back seat. But as he approached the town, he has a psychotic break, paranoid delusions, and his mind fills in all of that trauma that he couldn't handle, the reality of what he'd done and what he was going to do. And we see him, you know, in the start of the game in that bathroom trying to cope with this. And then suddenly the letter that never existed, his excuse, his delusion takes form. Got a letter from her that she's supposedly alive, wants to see James and be in their special place. And so he proceeds into the town to look for her, with this idea that she had been dead for 3 years. Mary's in the backseat of the car the whole time since the very beginning of the game. It's never explicitly stated in the game that Mary's body is in the back seat, but the developers have confirmed that that was the intention. That was the entire, you know, purpose of what set everything into motion for James. Thought she was in the trunk, the back seat. We talked about it at the very beginning of the playthrough. Since we're getting to the conclusion of the game and discussing it again, we'll go through that information again. So here is a tweet from Masahiro Ito. Stating quite plainly, Mary's body's on the back seat of James's car. Not in the trunk, if I remember correctly. And a playthrough that Fungo did with Guy Seehee, the voice actor for James Sunderland's character, had this to say on the matter.
But for them,
yeah,
they put more love and effort into the In Water because it touches a really, really heavy place in the psyche and heart of Japanese culture.
Oh,
her being in the back seat of the car was the key clue in that for me, you see. Now, in the trunk, that's a very American thing, but to put her dead body in the back seat, that's a very Japanese thing.
Yes.
And then to drive the vehicle into the water to commit suicide is entirely Japanese.
It's like that whole theme of atonement that
Exactly.
is very strong in the Japanese culture. Yeah.
It's called Muri Shinju.
We got another.
Muri Shinju. A very sort of unique Japanese culture-based take on murder-suicide. This very real thing. The idea of a body in a trunk is the Western American, sort of like mafia hit, put the body in the trunk type of thing. But in Japan, it's more of a, I'm going to kill you and take you with me, but you're a little more respectful about it. You don't throw them into the trunk like you would with cargo. You put them in a seat. Like they're still there with you. Muri Shinju. If it was just one person, one single developer saying it, big no-no, then I would definitely still question it. Multiple developers have commented on this and confirmed that that was the intention. Jeremy Blaustein's talked about it, Guy Seehee's talked about it, Masahiro Ito's talked about it, Hiroyuki Owaku has talked about it. If it was one person, it would be like maybe they're misremembering, maybe this was an idea. Too many people have talked about this in various interviews and information that's been out there over the years, so it's too much to be like misremembering. This was the main plot of the game as it was intended. If that was the intention, why did they remove it? It's not that they removed it, it's that it's not meant to be explicitly stated. They wanted it to be kind of a mystery in itself, because that's what these games are all about. It's not all about giving you an answer, a direct answer to everything. And this is information that they didn't really come forward about until, much later, but so many of them did, and it all, as I said, is the same sort of story. Like, that was their intention for the plot of the game, like, from the start. There's a piano here. I remember how much Mary liked to play the piano. She wasn't very good, but I still loved to hear her play. That was so long ago, before we were even married. Why am I thinking of that now? Abstract Daddies. And if there's abstract daddies here, you know what that means. Who else is here? Angela must also be here. Good God. They're doing yard work outside, so I'm sorry if my mic is picking up stuff in the background. Of course, they gotta be running mowers and shit, like, right next to my window. See, now that there's, like, no sound in the game, you can probably hear it going around outside. Ah, fucking annoying, dude. The world is out to test me, seriously. It's alright, we're almost done. Can of thinner. When I'm speaking, there's a lot of sound? Yeah, because the noise gate goes off when I start talking, and then all the background noise comes through. Can't help it. Good audio here. Not the mowers in the background, but you can hear Mary's voice calling to you if you try to go upstairs to their room before getting the key. Thank you, ISO. Perfect timing. Appreciate the 43 months. Thanks a lot. Very much appreciated.
James.
There it is. Thank you for the big 43 months in the Prime sub. Very, very much appreciated, ISO. All right, everybody. Who wants a gift sub? Because we're going to play a little game. I don't know. Don't start guessing. Any guesses right now don't count. I want to make this fair for people who haven't done this before. So here's the thing. I'm going to post in chat a list of the possible solutions to this briefcase. A list of 4-letter words. It's going to be one of these 4-letter words. And whoever is the first person to correctly guess what the briefcase is, The briefcase code is which 4-letter word opens it after I post it. If you're not a sub, you'll get a gift sub. If you're already a sub, I'll make you a VIP. Ready? Lunateer, thank you so much for the Prime sub. Very much appreciate the 31 months. Thank you so much for the support. Heek. Aw, heek. Mama. Damn. Dark. Dose. Lose. Love. Lock. Luck. Cuck. Kick. Kill. Hell. Help. Down. Town. K-Man 465. Queen, thank you. Fucking sniping me, god damn. Well, thank you, Queen, for gifting a sub to our winner. K-Man 465, the first person to guess town. Thank you so much, Queen. Congratulations, K-Man. A resub has been covered. I think that's a resub. Yeah. Getting old and slow. That's pretty obvious at this point, right? Hey, look, you can actually see the photos on the bed. Pictures of Eddie, pictures of James, pictures of Mary, Laura, a lying figure. That just to get the thinner out of our inventory. Got the elevator key. Great. Let's go. Silent Hill 2 movie would be would be incredible as long as they do it right. The trouble is anybody doing it right. Weight allowance 1 person, but I am 1 person. What's this? There's a notice above the buttons. Weight allowance 1 person. Too fat. Speaking of fat, my big old chunky cat is crying at me, so I need to go let him out of the room real quick. 1 second. All right. Harry has been freed. Shelf's empty. Looks like I could store my stuff here. We actually have to put almost everything in our inventory on the shelf. Otherwise, we're too heavy. There's 2 items that you're allowed to keep, but everything else has to go, even the flashlight and the radio. You are allowed to keep your photo of Mary and your letter that doesn't exist. But this letter is real. So, like, just for example, if we put everything away except for this letter that actually exists, piece of paper, couple pieces of paper. Too heavy. Way too heavy. So now, we're going to take it all back. Oh, does this not let me? Retrieve. So, now, put it all back. Photo and envelope. Photo and letter that does not exist. No problem. This part confuses me now. Is the photo real because it's the only thing James had on his person coming to Silent Hill, or fake like the letter? So, I don't know if this is intentional to be like a lore thing, or there may be another more reasonable programming explanation for it. So, here's the lore explanation. The photo is light enough, but it is real. If it was not real, it wouldn't have made a whole lot of sense when he holds up the photo to Angela in the apartments and says, "My wife, looking for my wife." Angela looks at it, says, "I'm sorry." So she sees it. She responds to it. It's something that's actually there. The letter isn't. That's definitely part of the lore, that it does not exist. But it was also something that was already in your inventory at the very start of the game. Just like the photo. Those are the only two things that you have in your inventory that you start with. So because they are always in your inventory, you never actually pick them up and collect them. The game might look at those two things very differently compared to everything else afterwards, which has to be picked up and collected. So they're sort of categorized differently in your inventory. How do we know she doesn't see something that is from her world instead of the photo? Possible. It could have just been a photo of a random woman, not Mary. And Angela's like, I don't know what your wife looks like. I don't know if that's accurate. So I don't know. A couple different ways to look at it. Are they real? Are they not real? Is it just a matter of how the game handles item inventory? We know for sure the letter is part of the story, that it is not real. And as said, we're going to keep checking it because it does slowly fade away into nothing. But now we can use the elevator. Photo does not disappear. Just the letter. Hotel map for employees. Got a Snow White music box. Snow White music box found next to apples. So we found the Little Mermaid music box next to a fountain. Snow White next to apples. Cinderella was confined into a briefcase. Cookie. Pound cake. Butter cake. Look at all this food. Tea bags and cookies here, all past their expiration date. That's right, everything is old and technically burned and flooded. We're still not seeing all of this the way that it actually is yet. Black Spine Edition, although it does have a label. Got the videotape. There's a can opener beneath the videotape. Can opener? VHS tape? Silent Hill the movie. It's somebody's VHS bootleg of the Silent Hill movie. Silent Hill's written on the label in my handwriting. This is definitely the videotape I recorded back then. And he recorded the movie off of the TV. Along with all of the commercials in between. Fuck you, Baltimore! I don't know why I went to that. That's just... the commercial, I imagine, that would show in the middle of the Silent Hill movie showing on cable TV. Wait, what about Baltimore? Shove it up your ugly ass. I'm glad other people get that. I'm just gonna play it. Hold on. I'll just play the audio.
Fuck you, Baltimore! If you're dumb enough to buy a new car this weekend, you're a big enough schmuck to come to Big Bill Hell's Car. Bad deal. Cars that break down. Feed. If you think you're gonna find a bargain at Big Bill, you can kiss my ass. It's our belief that you're such a stupid motherfucker. You'll fall for this bullshit. Guaranteed. If you find a better deal, shove it up your ugly ass. You heard us right. Shove it up your ugly ass. Bring your tray. Bring your title. Bring your wife. We'll fuck her. That's right. We'll fuck your wife. Because at Big Bill Hell, you're fucked 6 ways from Sunday. Take a hike to Big Bill Hell, home of challenge pissing. That's right. Challenge pissing. How does it work? If you can piss 6 feet in the air straight up and not get wet, you get no down payment. Don't wait. Don't delay. Don't fuck with us or we'll rip your nuts off. Only at Big Bill Hell. The only dealer that tells you to fuck off. Hurry up, asshole. This event ends the minute after you write us a check. And it better not bounce or you're a dead motherfucker. Go to hell. Big Bill Hell's Cars. Baltimore's filthiest and exclusive home of the meanest sons of bitches in the state of Maryland. Guaranteed.
Bring your wife. We'll fuck her. Big Bill Hells. Mary, no. Silent Hill, the home of challenge pissing. Oh, God. All right. I should have waited and played that, like, after putting the VHS tape in the VCR. As if that was, like, what was on the tape. I could have ruined a very touching moment of the game with a much better joke and better timing. Fuck. Do it next time. I'll just put it together. I'll edit the video and upload it somewhere. Reload, we'll pretend we didn't get there yet. What is that? Hotel boiler. Doesn't sound like it's working the way it should. Maybe a little reference to The Shining, The Shinin. Considering it all burns down. Although, it's not necessarily the boiler that causes the fire. We know who the culprit is. Name is Johnny. We're gonna come back and look at Johnny. But we need to go get our flashlight first and then come back down here. Some light bulbs in the can. That's how you get the freshest, tastiest light bulbs. Keep them preserved in a can. Feel like canned light bulbs should be a thing? I mean, if Canadians can have milk in bags, why not bulbs in cans? Right? There's a jukebox here. It doesn't play, so it must be broken. Must be broken. Wait, you never have milk in bags in the US? They're extremely uncommon. It mostly comes in plastic jugs or paper cartons. Paper, whatever. Cartons. Look how bright this room is with all the neon and this giant glowing jukebox right next to this door. But James tried to use the bar key, but it's too dark to find the keyhole. This is why you gotta have that nice, fresh, crisp, canned light bulb light. See, now you can very clearly see that door that you couldn't see in all the darkness that was there before. Why do I feel like Nub could tell you the craziest BS out his ass because his voice is so confident you'd believe it a little bit? That has actually been a problem in the past when I do a lot of streams and story playthroughs where I'm trying to make a joke, I'm being sarcastic and making jokes about stuff, and people believe it and then share that information in other like Silent Hill forums and streams and stuff. I'm like, oh no. I gotta stop doing that. Too credible. Exactly. The canned light bulbs are a reference to the Czech film Alice. Wait, no. The wiki says that the key in a can in Silent Hill 3 is a reference to the Czech film Alice, because Alice literally opens a tin can to find a key, not a bulb. I mean, the Silent Hill 3 thing is at least, like, somewhat plausible. Not the can light bulb thing. Give me all my shit. Alright. So now we gotta go back down. Because we need to go and confront Johnny. The reason that this hotel burned down. It's all Johnny's fault. Get out of my way. See him? See this fucker? This little space heater next to flammable tins of paint, cardboard boxes, and curtains. There's a heater here. On the back in small letters it says, "I'm Johnny. One hot guy." Thanks a lot, Johnny. All right. Ow. All right. OSHA would have a field day with this. Definitely not fire safety compliant. The fact that Silent Hill Wiki is a hotbed for anti-circumcision activists is just so funny to me. I don't know if hotbed would be the appropriate term for one single administrator kind of like going off the deep end and editing the wiki like crazy. Dance time? It's dance time.
The moon and star come to me through fire and war. Oh, oh, come near afar. Come and look upon my heart. Upon my heart. Oh, lay down your weapons. It is not too late for my mercy. Oh, oh, come and look upon my heart. Upon my heart. Oh, 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 I'm a god. How can you kill a god? What a grand and intoxicating innocence. I'm a god. How can you kill a god? Shame on you, sweet Marabar. I'm a god. I'm a god. I'm a god. God. I'm a god. I'm a god.
Occam's baseball bat, thank you for the prime sub.
Well, the moon and star
Very much appreciate that. Thank you, thank you. Welcome to the dance party.
Oh, come near afar. Come and look upon my heart. Upon my heart. Oh, lay down your weapons. It is not too late for my mercy. Oh, oh, come and look upon my heart. Upon my heart. Oh, 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 I'm a god. How can you kill a god? What a grand and intoxicating innocence. I'm a god. How can you kill a god? Shame on you, sweet Marabar. I'm a god. I'm a god. I'm a god. God. I'm a god. I'm a god. I'm a god. No recall or intervention can work in this place. There is no escape. No recall or intervention can work in this place. There is no escape. No recall or intervention can work in this place. There is no escape. No intervention can work in this place. There is no escape. Oh, I'm a god. How can you kill a god? What a grand and intoxicating innocence. I'm a god. How can you kill a god? Shame on you, sweet Marabar. I'm a god. I'm a god. I'm a god. God. I'm a god. I'm a god. I'm a god.
This music box broken? Oh, right. Hard riddle difficulty. Shameful greed did stain her shoe with blood. That is Cinderella. Even so, I still want to believe that she was happy. That one's a little vague. Process of elimination. Beauty, both a blessing and a curse thou be. That sounds like Snow White. Leaving us with Mermaid. Legate, thank you for the 250 bits. Very much appreciated. We danced our way to the key to room 312. The key to the room where Mary and I stayed. Nice Sensei. Thank you so much for that Prime sub. Very much appreciated. Thank you so much for the support. Oh. Make a save here. And we're actually going to start watching some endings. we're at that point of the game. There's still a bit of game to go for some of the other endings, but it's time to start watching endings. First and foremost, let's see if any of those weather balloons, swamp gas, are hanging out around here. This is actually in the original unmodded game. Yes, that is the UFO ending for Silent Hill 2. Where Harry Mason, who was abducted by aliens in the UFO ending of Silent Hill 1, is now working with the aliens and abducts James. But don't worry, James, Harry, and the aliens will return in Silent Hill 3, which we'll hopefully get to sometime tonight after I get some sleep and stuff. So, let's load that save. It's time for another ending. So for this one, you're supposed to watch the tape first, but we're gonna wait and watch the tape in a moment. For now, just to get to this ending, we're skipping it. We're gonna come back and watch it when we get a proper ending. But right now, it's more important that we get to the most proper ending. All right. 2 endings down. Time to load it up again. So now Spuddy, thank you so much for the raid. Hopefully you had a good stream. Welcome to the last little bit of Silent Hill 2 that we're going to be doing. It's been like a 15, almost 16-hour stream, so we're almost done. I just finished showing 2 endings. We've still got 2 more that I'm going to show. So, let's do it. And we're going to actually watch the VHS tape for these last 2.
Are you taping again? Come on. I don't know why, but I just love it here. It's so peaceful. You know what I heard? This whole area used to be a sacred place. I think I can see why. It's too bad we have to leave. Please promise you'll take me again, James.
Oh, there you are, James. Did you get the letter? Did you find Mary? If not, let's get going already, okay?
Laura. Mary's gone. She's dead.
Liar, that's a lie!
No, that's not true.
She died because she was sick?
No, I killed her.
You killer! Why'd you do it? I hate you! I want her back! Give her back to me! I knew it! You didn't care about her! I hate you, James! I hate you! I hate you! I hate you! She was always waiting for you. Why? Why?
I'm sorry. The Mary you know isn't here. Laura, I'm sorry.
James, where are you? I'm waiting. I'm waiting for you. Please come to me. Do you hate me? Is that why you won't come? James,
That voice!
James, please hurry. Are you lost? I'm near. I'm waiting nearby, James. Please. I want to see you, James. Can't you hear me? James. Please, James. 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 James.
So there we see from the VHS tape the actual final moment. James comes to terms with what he's done. That he was the one who killed Mary, that she hadn't been dead for 3 years. And now, the delusion is almost completely gone. Seeing the hotel for what it actually is. But it's not over yet. There's still a few things that need to wrap up. So, first of all, we're going to need this book. The title is Crimson Ceremony. Speak. I am the Crimson One. The lies in the mist are not they, but I. You all know that I am one. Yes, and the one is I. Believers, hearken to me. 20 score men and 7,000 beasts. Heed my words and speaketh them to all, that they shall ever be obeyed even under the light of the proud and merciless sun. I shall bring down bitter vengeance upon thee, and thou shalt suffer my eternal wrath. The beauty of the withering flower and the last struggles of the dying man, they are my blessings. Thou shalt ever call upon me in all that is me, in the place that is silent. O proud fragrance of life, which flies towards the heart, O cup which brims with the whitest of wine, it is in thee that all begins.
Mary's going to die? You must be joking.
You must be joking.
I'm very sorry.
But you're a doctor. It's your job to heal people. How can you just let her die?
Please, calm down. As her doctor, I promise I'll do what I can. But there's still no effective treatment for her condition.
How long does she have?
I'm afraid I'm not sure. 3 years at most. Perhaps 6 months. It's impossible to say with certainty.
Did the doctor's voice sound familiar? That's Dennis Fault, the voice actor more recognizable as Walter Sullivan in Silent Hill 4. DJ Rebirth, thank you so much for the Prime sub, the 7 months. Welcome back. Here, I'll give it to you. Thank you. Very much appreciated. It's just the same voice actor. It's not literally Walter. Well, one other thing. Remember those abstract daddies that are still here? That's because Angela is still here, so time for her conclusion after all of this as well.
Maybe then I can rest. Mama, why are you running away? You're not my mama. It's you. Oh, I'm sorry.
Angela, no.
Thank you for saving me. But I wish you hadn't. Even Mama said it. I deserved what happened.
No, Angela, that's wrong.
No, don't pity me. I'm not worth it. Or maybe you think you can save me. Will you love me? Take care of me? Heal all my pain? That's what I thought. James, give me back that knife.
No, I won't.
Saving it for yourself?
Me? No, I'd never kill myself. It's hot as hell in here.
You see it too. For me, it's always like this.
And that's it for Angela. She deserves so much better. So, a lot of things to take into account with this scene. We were seeing earlier when we confronted Eddie the final time, Eddie's sort of view of Silent Hill, his nightmare, that cold, oppressive feeling of the freezers, the bodies of the people who were manifested and put there to make fun of him, bully him, torment him, and push him to the point of killing them. And for Angela, it's always like this. For James, everything is rusted, decrepit, diseased. For Angela, it's always burning. We have the two bodies, the left and the right of the stairs. We already know that she stabbed her father to death, but we have these two other bodies, most likely representing her brother and mother. Again, she was looking for her whole family in a cemetery just outside of Silent Hill when we first met her. There's also an interesting thing about perception again here. This entire place is actively burning. For Angela, James doesn't say, holy shit, everything is on fire, we gotta get out of here. James says it's hot as hell. He can feel the heat, but based on his reaction, he doesn't see these flames. We as a player are seeing them, but James is not. We're being treated to Angela's perspective right now. But because of his comments about the heat, she assumes that he can see this as well. And explains that she always sees it. Very sad. Angela and Lisa, Silent Hill 1. Easily two of the absolute most tragic characters in the series. What if you go back in? Wait a minute, I'm lost. Which door is it? You really cannot see it with that camera angle. Jesus. Just gone. You sure? We walked into the burning stairwell. We turned around, we left that room, and it put us here. See? If we backtrack any further, that's where the kitchen was. Back to the bar and the elevator that we came down on. We came around this way, walked in here, saw the stairwell burning, turned around and left through the door. It put us back into this same stairwell, but just like this. I think you can re-enter it if you don't proceed forward like I did. If you just immediately go back in after going out. We'll try it again. We're gonna do one more ending after this, and it's gonna require doing all this again, so we can test it out next time. There's our 9 red squares, our final save point. This is also the cover of the Japanese release of Silent Hill 2. Get ready for Randy Marsh from South Park.
Stop! Leave her alone! Leave us both the hell alone!
I was weak. That's why I needed you. Needed someone to punish me for my sins. But that's all over now. I know the truth. Now it's time to end this.
So, you want me to kick your ass right here?
Randy, sit down.
You want a piece of me? Because I'm pretty sick of your goddamn mouth. What do you want to do, huh? What do you want to do?
Randy, don't.
You better shut up, asshole. Standing right here. How do you want to handle it? I told you to shut up.
Ah, Jesus, not again.
Is it for what? Arresting me for what? I'm not allowed to stand up for myself? I thought this was America. Huh? Isn't this America? I'm sorry, I thought this was America. Oh boy, they're really getting in each other's heads out there.
I thought this was America. What do you want to do? Standing right here. You got so lucky, I'm assuming? Nope. That is the speedrun strat for the normal action fight. So what you do is equip the great knife. You position yourself so that you've got both of them to your left and to your right. You do the wide swing. And by target swapping between the two quickly, it speeds up the sword animation so that you can actually hit both of them before they're able to get an attack in, unless they get a very lucky quick attack that can interrupt it. So when you're speedrunning this on normal, that is the fastest method to do it. There's a tiny bit of luck involved, but it's mostly reliable. Pyramid Head won't move anymore. Looks like he's holding something. Colored egg. and Scarlet Egg. Are those the seal of Metatron on the carpet? They are. Just barely make them out very faintly. What's the significance of two pyramid heads? Pyramid Head is an executioner. He is here to punish James for murder. At the start of the game, James had murdered one person. But now he's murdered two. Initially it was just Mary, but now he's killed Mary and Eddie. This is what we were talking about earlier with the two eggs as well. Rust-colored egg and scarlet egg. Could possibly also be in reference to Mary's death and Eddie's death. Mary being more sickly, and Eddie being a very fresh kill. About the size of a quail's egg. Not actually a quail's egg, just roughly the same size.
Mary?
What do you want, James?
I brought you some flowers.
Flowers? I don't want any damn flowers. Just go home already.
Mary, what are you saying?
Look, I'm disgusting. I don't deserve flowers. Between the disease and the drugs, I look like a monster. Well, what are you looking at? Get the hell out of here! Leave me alone already! I'm no use to anyone. I'll be dead soon anyway. Maybe today, maybe tomorrow. It'd be easier if they'd just kill me. But I guess the hospital is making a nice profit off me. They want to keep me alive. Are you still here? I told you to go! Are you deaf? Don't come back! James! Wait! Please don't go! Stay with me! Don't leave me alone! I didn't mean what I said! Please, James! Tell me I'll be okay! Tell me I'm not going to die! Help me!
Yeah, she's just trying to push James away. She's coping with her inevitable death, dealing with all the symptoms of this illness for years at a time, the strain that it put on their relationship and how it already was driving James away. Little bit of speed run tech here. If you try to walk up the stairs, James will sort of stutter and kind of slow down every couple of steps, forced into a walk. If you strafe up, you don't get that slow down step. Although the fastest thing to do is not even use tank controls in this game anymore, so there is ways to do this with directional controls, but it's very difficult, very precise how you have to run up this. Whereas the strafing thing is very consistent. What version of Silent Hill 2 am I going to speedrun? The base PC version. So I'll be learning to do the seed pool strats, where I start the game in a very particular way to try to get a very particular pool of seeds, so that I will have a chart in order to determine what seed I'm on and determine the solutions to all the puzzles from the very beginning. Well, at least from the block puzzle forward. I've got to get used to the directional controls. Learn a couple of out-of-bounds things. Make sure that I can still do those. Trying to think if there's any other stuff that's changed with the Silent Hill 2 route. I'll have to review it and see what other stuff I've got to learn since I last really ran this game. Because there's a lot of stuff that I didn't do when I was actively running this. This is the Rebirth ending. And I said we're going to do one more ending after this, and then that will be it.
James.
Maria, I'm finished with you.
What? But I'm what you wanted. Mary's dead. Don't you understand? She's not coming back. But I can be yours. I'll be here for you forever. I'll never hurt you like she did. So why don't you want me?
Because you're not Mary. Without Mary, I just can't go on.
Oh, James. Come on, James. You must be joking.
Strat for this boss. Come over to the corner of the bed. Equip the great knife. And do overhead swings. This will protect you from her tentacle spike attack. So you've only really got to worry about the bats. But once she's close enough to start trying to attack you with the spike, she won't throw bats anymore. Just like that.
Mary, you look so peaceful. Forgive me for waking you. But without you, I just can't go on. I can't live without you, Mary. This town, Silent Hill. The old gods haven't left this place. And they still grant power to those who venerate them. Power to defy even death. Ah, Mary.
All right. That's 3 endings down. Just one more. Krypton. Thank you so much for the 18 months. Welcome back. Very much appreciate all that love and support. Thank you, thank you. Oh fuck, 16 hours? 16 and a half hours almost. But we're almost done. We're gonna kind of speed run through this last little segment to watch one more ending. We're watching, the game has 6 endings total, but it can be kind of hard to manipulate the 3 normal endings. The leave ending, the in water ending, and the Maria ending. There is sort of a system at work, so it's one of those things that can, if you're very careful about it, you can manipulate what ending you're going to get. But even if you're pretty meticulous, sometimes the smallest little mistakes, a tiny little bit of damage taken, an accidental examination of something in your inventory, or, you know, some very minor things can affect it. So what I've done is I'm showing the 3 endings that you can always get consistently: Dog, UFO, and Rebirth. And now I'm going to go through and finish the game without any of those criteria met from the last save file, to see which normal ending, which of the 3 normal endings we get. And then we'll leave it at that. Gonna guess leave since you read the letter a lot? Possibly, but we'll see. As said, this, even knowing how the system works, this game can really throw you for a surprise sometimes when it comes to these endings. We go through all this again. We're not going to pick up the Crimson Ceremony. We're not going to use the blue gem. And we're not going to use the dog key. And since we just watched all of this, the VHS and all these cutscenes leading up to the end, I'm just going to kind of run through it all and get to the final boss, get to that ending. Oh yeah, we'll recheck the stairwell. We'll do the instant re-enter for the stairwell after Angela's scene. We leave, it puts us here, we try to re-enter, and it's instantly gone. It is just instantly gone. other one wasn't close enough. There we go, that should work. Oh yeah, now that the pyramid heads are dead. Notice anything missing from our inventory? That used to be right in between the photo of Mary and the letter that we got from Laura. No more letter from Mary. It's just completely gone from your inventory now.
Mary?
What do you want, James?
I brought you some flowers.
Flowers? I don't want any damn flowers. Just go home already.
Mary, what are you saying?
Look, I'm disgusting. I don't deserve flowers. Between the disease and the drugs,
Hang on.
I look like a monster. Well,
We're gonna run through this one more time. I wish I could make a save here. It's fine. That takes like a minute to get back here. I want to show something. I'm pretty sure that glitch works in Enhanced Edition. There's a glitch I want to show. I think it works in Enhanced. Quick attack. Unlucky. James is mispositioning the sword because they're pushing me against the wall. Come on, James. Ah, don't do that. Just swing. Go. Hurry up. Hurry up. Hurry up. Oh, you can quick save in this room. Didn't know that. Alright. Need to time this right, so that's why I wanted to make a save in case I mess it up. Want to retry. That should do it.
Mary?
What do you want, James?
Prison toilet.
I brought you some flowers.
Flowers? I don't want any damn flowers. Just go home
This
already.
catacomb already.
Mary, what are you saying?
Shipping dock, what are you saying?
Disgusting. I don't deserve flowers. Between the disease and the drugs, I look like a monster. Well, what are you looking at? Get the hell out of here. Leave me alone already. I'm no use to anyone. I'll be dead soon anyway. Maybe today. Maybe tomorrow. It'd be easier if they'd just kill me. But I guess the hospital is making a nice profit off me. They want to keep me alive. Are you still here? I told you to go. Are you deaf? Don't come back. James, wait. Please don't go. Stay with me. Don't leave me alone. I didn't mean what I said. Please, James. Tell me I'll be okay. Tell me I'm not going to die. Help me.
Save data corrupted. Save possible. All right. One final run through this last little segment. And then we'll actually watch this ending. I just had to show that glitch off. Tell me I'm not going to die. Save error occurred. Sorry. You want to format? Just catacomb already. Oh, get out of my fucking way. Just wiggling around right in front of the door. Gonna format her. Isn't that a, wait, isn't that a, that's a Futurama joke, isn't it? The robot that's like, I'll never forget you. Memory deleted. Like. No rebirth ending, no dog ending. No UFO ending. Let's see what normal ending we get. Yeah, that was it, Krypton, I think. The Lucy Lou bot. Reason James couldn't see the bar keyhole was because the little shadow area was actually a part of the real world. I don't know. That might be one of those kind of overthinking things. Because really, the entire hotel, even when it's shown all burned up and flooded as it is like this, like, it wouldn't really be like that. It would pretty much just be like nothing there anymore. It's a little bit of a silly game design thing. It's a little bit more forgivable when you're playing the original PS2 version also. Keep in mind, the enhanced edition brightens a lot of things up, and I've got the brightness and stuff turned up for the sake of pointing things out and looking at details earlier in the game and for the stream quality. So when you're playing this on like a PS2 with default brightness settings and stuff on like an old CRT, it actually does look pretty damn dark.
Mary?
What do you want, James?
I brought you some flowers.
Flowers? I don't want any damn flowers. Just go home already.
Mary, what are you saying?
Look, I'm disgusting. I don't deserve flowers. Between the disease and the drugs, I look like a monster. Well, what are you looking at? Get the hell out of here. Leave me alone already.
We're going to listen to
No
Prison
use to
Toilet
anyone.
give her speech one more time.
Dead soon anyway. Maybe today. Maybe tomorrow. It'd be easier if they'd just kill me. But I guess the hospital is making a nice profit off me. They want to keep me alive. Are you still here? I told you to go. Are you deaf? Don't come back. James. Wait. Please don't go. Stay with me. Don't leave me alone. I didn't mean what I said. Please, James. Tell me I'll be okay. Tell me I'm not going to die. Help me.
What is deaf? Like, what is the definition of deaf? Means you cannot hear. Or you have extremely limited hearing. Yeah, you can't. You're blind, but for your ears. You can't see anything through your ears. All right. So, we can actually start narrowing down what ending this is just based on what we see here. If it's going to be the Maria ending, we would see Mary laying in the bed and not Maria at the window. So it's either going to be in water or leave.
Mary?
Wrong again. Mary's dead. You killed her.
Maria? Maria, I'm done with you.
What do you mean? But I can be yours. I'll be here for you forever. And I'll never yell at you or make you feel bad. That's what you wanted.
Now I understand. The problem is, you're not married.
No, James. I won't let you. I'll never let you have your Mary back.
Mary?
James.
Forgive me.
I told you that I wanted to die, James. I wanted the pain to end.
That's why I did it, honey. I just couldn't watch you suffer. No. That's not the whole truth. You also said that you didn't want to die. The truth is, part of me hated you for taking away my life.
You killed me, and you're suffering for it. It's enough, James.
Mary?
James.
Now I understand the real reason I came to this town. I wonder, what was I afraid of? Without you, Mary, I've got nothing. Now we can be together.
In my restless dreams, I see that town. Silent Hill. You promised you'd take me there again someday, but you never did. Well, I'm alone there now, in our special place, waiting for you. Waiting for you to come to see me. But you never do. And so I wait, wrapped in my cocoon of pain and loneliness. I know I've done a terrible thing to you. Something you'll never forgive me for. I wish I could change that. But I can't. I feel so pathetic and ugly laying here, waiting for you. Every day I stare up at the cracks in the ceiling, and all I can think about is how unfair it all is. The doctor came today. He told me I could go home for a short stay. It's not that I'm getting better. It's just that this may be my last chance. I think you know what I mean. Even so, I'm glad to be coming home. I've missed you terribly. But I'm afraid, James. I'm afraid you don't really want me to come home. Whenever you come see me,
I can tell how hard it is on you. I don't know if you hate me or pity me, or maybe I just disgust you. I'm sorry about that. When I first learned that I was going to die, I just didn't want to accept it. I was so angry all the time, and I struck out at everyone I loved most. Especially you, James. That's why I understand if you do hate me. But I want you to know this, James. I'll always love you. Even though our life together had to end like this, I still wouldn't trade it for the world. We had some wonderful years together. Well, this letter has gone on too long, so I'll say goodbye. I told the nurse to give this to you after I'm gone. That means that as you read this, I'm already dead. I can't tell you to remember me, but I can't bear for you to forget me. These last few years since I became ill,
You gotta be kidding me. The game crashed. The game crashed. You have gotta be kidding. Oh, after all this, at the very end. Oh boy. Play it off YouTube? No. There's only one thing left to do now.
お前の仕業だったのか。
Well, that's 17 hours of Silent Hill 2. We technically watched endings, played the game. All those crashes, all those issues. That was frustrating. Why is it like the out of all the places for like a cutscene to break, it's the intro video, the Maria in the prison cutscene, and then Mary reading the letter. Like 3 super important, distinct cutscenes. And those are the ones that fucking break. I'll try to fix some stuff, and eventually we'll revisit these. But I gotta call it there. That's all I got in me. I'm gonna try and get some sleep. I don't know. It's already 5 p.m. for me. I've been trying to start around like 11 p.m. to midnight, which would mean if I went to bed like right now, I could sleep for like 5 hours, 6 hours maybe, get back up, and then jump into Silent Hill 3. I don't know if that's going to happen. It might have to wait until some other time. I might save it for this weekend at some point. I'm definitely going to be off on Friday, but yeah, we'll see. We'll see how I feel. We'll see how much sleep I wind up getting after this. But either way, between this week and next week, we're going to get through all 8 main series games. So it might not stick to the schedule quite as much as I planned. I told you guys with Silent Hill 1, tentative schedule, because I'm not good at sticking to schedules. This is why. Thank you so much. Thank you so very, very, very much for joining me for this stream. Whether you've been here for like all of it, there's a few of you crazy people. I know I've seen you here from like the very beginning. Some of you crazy fuckers have also just stayed up for 17 hours with me for all of this pretty much. All of you who've kind of been popping in and out. A lot of people who like went to sleep and woke up and I'm still going, and went to work and did stuff, came back, still going. Appreciate everyone just chilling, hanging out, and making this all worthwhile. Seriously. Means the absolute world to me. All the love and support, and just everybody being here and enjoying this with me. I said a little bit rough on the playthrough there. A few more issues than I would have hoped for, but hey, still a very enjoyable experience. Let's see. We're gonna host 3 Dog again. 3 Dog is playing some more Returnal. We hosted 3 Dog after Silent Hill 1 the other night. Let's just host 3 Dog again. I'm gonna go raid him. Three Dog, amazing streamer. Also very well versed in the Silent Hill games, and does playthroughs on his own channel every once in a while. And a lot of you probably already know him through Outer Heaven Network as being like a Metal Gear Solid absolute master. And yeah, he's been going through Returnal. Really interesting game, but show him some love, drop him a follow. I'm pretty much just gonna say hi and then go fucking crash out. So, thanks again so much for being here with me. And yeah, I'll get some sleep and see if I can manage another stream at some point. We'll get to some Silent Hill 3 eventually. Maybe in a few hours, depending on how I feel. Might need to wait a little bit more after that. We'll see. But either way, next time you see me, Silent Hill 3. Till then, have a good one, everybody. Peace.